Hello, everyone, and welcome to another exciting day of the Saikyosen Mahjong Battle. 48 professional Mahjong players, 16 teams, but only one team can be considered the strongest. Welcome again to the Saikyosen Team Battle. I am your host, Curly, joined by the man behind the desk and behind all of the broadcasting equipment, Nathanale. How's it going, Nathanale?
Doing excellently. Happy to be here. Looking forward to more Saikyosen action.
Yes, Nathanale will be here for the entire broadcast, manning the helm. I will be commentating this first game, and we'll get some other wonderful commentators in for games 2 and 3. That's right, I said 3 games. We're going to be watching 3 full games of Mahjong here today, and I'm definitely excited to check out this first one. They've been some bangers so far. Our broadcast is sponsored by WRC and USPML. We hope you check out the Sparrow's Nest, a New York Mahjong studio fully equipped with Slim Score, Ultima, and Rex 3 auto tables. And WRC is the World Riichi Championship, the most prestigious and international Mahjong tournament in the world, held once every 3 years, the next of which is in 2 weeks, Nathaniel. It's 2 weeks. My flight leaves on Monday to go out to this. It's crazy how so far away it felt and how quickly it's coming up.
Oh, it scares me. Yeah, my flight is in a few days myself, so I'm really looking forward to it. And I really enjoy the fact that it's such an exciting event that there are players traveling to participate in the WRC and players who are just traveling to be around it. It's a huge event. Everyone wants to be in the area when the WRC is happening.
Oh yeah, if you can somehow make it out to Japan, Tokyo, for the WRC and our Mahjong Fanatic, it is a party you do not want to miss. We should also touch up on the WROTEL, which is the World Riichi Online Team League, which is a way for any one of you out there to participate and play against the pros, potentially some of the pros you might see on these broadcasts today.
Absolutely.
You can...
Yeah, I played in the one last season, and I did indeed play against several of the pros who have been streamed in these Saikyosen events.
I did play against them as well, and I have most of the games that I played up on my YouTube channel, and you can see how truly terrifying these pros can be. And it's one thing to watch them in the context of everyone else. It's another thing to watch them from my eyes, the scared little fish in the giant pond of the sharks.
And that event is starting around the same time the WRC is. July 5th is the first day that the tournament window is open, and that runs all the way into October 25th. And you have all the time in the world to put a team together and register. I think there's no registration deadline, so you want to make sure you get the minimum number of games, though, for your team to qualify.
That's right. I believe you only need to compete in 20 games, which does sound like a lot, but there will be plenty of months and opportunities for you to just get those games in.
Yeah, look forward to seeing everybody competing in that.
And if you are enjoying this WRC Mahjong action, please don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Helps boost the numbers and gets WRC to an even higher state than it already is up on the YouTube algorithm. All right, and that, I think we're ready to check out the first game that we're going to be watching today.
Absolutely. Just as a reminder for everybody who might be viewing for the first time, we are using Saikyosen rules. So we have Ippatsu on, Uradora on, competitive, exciting bonus Yaku as well. 30k starting points, no ties. Whoever is the first dealer will have priority, or the earlier dealer will have priority. No busting either, so if we go negative, we keep playing, and if the dealer wins the final hand, the game continues. A head bump is enabled though, so that means if there's a double run, only the first player in dealer priority will win, or in winning order, will grab those points. No border draws, and we do have Nagashi Mangan available. We do have winning on the first discard available. And so, pretty classic tournament rules, but there is one unique change to the Saikyosen tournament, and that is the fact that it is a team battle. Only table points provided for seat placement. First place gets 3 points, second place gets 2 points, third place gets 1 point, and fourth place gets 0 points for the team. We do have, of course, standings. This is up to, I believe, the 23rd game of the season, and that means results have come in so far. Let's see how things are going up to this point.
And as you can see here, we've already seen such a wide spread between the very top team, AMC Dental, and the absolute bottom, All Sirius. With AMC Dental there with 41 points, just recently picking up a win of +3 points, pushing them up on the top there. They are traveled so closely by DD Studio, followed by B and Q Queens. And one thing that I'm noticing with these placements is within everyone's bracket. And by bracket, I mean the round table that they will, if the playoff were to cut off now and they go into playoffs, the difference between the top of each bracket and the bottom, for example, Tomozoe Sokuten at 4th and 4th Seasons at 7, it's only a 2-point difference between them. And that seems to be the case for all the other table brackets as well. So still plenty of chances for movement, still no position is safe. But it looks like the only one that is in dire straits is All Sirius. They're still a full win away from just tying up to getting out of the cut section.
All right, well, we will see who our feature table is going to be this time around. See if those players can make up ground. I believe so far we've almost always had players up at the top of the standings be on the feature table. At this time, we can check out our players for our first game. In Game 3, continuing from yesterday's stream, we have in the East seat, Shota Taira for AMC Dental. In the South seat, Tsubasa Otsuki from All Sirius. West seat, Shifumi Yamawaki. And in the North seat, Megumu Aikawa. We have, I see 3 NPM pros, 1 JPML pro in this table. I always like to see which pro org the players are representing in addition to the teams.
Yeah, I'm also seeing that we have, with Shota Taira representing AMC Dental, the first place team, and Tsubasa Otsuka from All Sirius, as I mentioned, representing the last place team. So this is an opportunity for All Sirius to try to get a huge win in and make some climb out of this last place. We're up against basically the first seed and the last seed. We'll see how they clash together.
Excellent. Well, without any further ado, let's send ourselves into the game.
And we got some nice good smiles to start off.
As mentioned,
There we
Shota go. One of a couple Shota players on the AMC Dental, I believe. I think we'll see the other one in game number 2 of the day.
It looks like we're going to have the 6 of characters as our starting Dora here with this starting hand. Taira picking up an okay starter. Yeah, got a lot of characters that meld together pretty well. Looking forward to that. Triple of Bamboo here from Otsuka as a start might be interesting. Might be able to go for an all triples hands with this if they get some tiles properly aligned. Yamakazi, pretty decent. And Aikawa there has a pair of the East. Ooh, let's see if that gets taken up. And it is. Right out the gate, we're going to go super quick, grabbing the East triple and slamming the 5 of dots. Might be able to go for a flush hand there.
I think I agree with you. It really does feel that way. A lot of times you don't see that early call come out unless there's a value proposition and some type of flush. Half flush seems to be the plan here. Oh, second 5 pin though.
Oh, the should have known, as I like to call it.
We do have Ishanten from the dealer. Taira drawing into 1 away. Needs to pull in a 147 so, or I believe there's a Kanchan in the Manzu as well that needs to be filled.
Yeah, Yamakama picking up a green dragon there. Might be able to get a quick hand going there. And yep, Aikawa is going full blaze ahead, trying to get this half flush going. Though they need to draw the right tiles in order to get it. So they might potentially stall out here.
Yamawaki looking pretty good here, although she would love to draw the 6-mon to replace that 9-mon, have a nice diamond shape with the Dora. Yamawaki promising. We'll get to see another look at her hand in just a moment here. But as you said, Otsuka looking at maybe going vertically.
Yeah, might be able to convert this into a 7 pairs hand. You have so many like blocks that are all like pairs and triples. You don't really have a tateniu shape in a way, so you have to probably just commit to one of those or the other.
But the
Oh,
dealer each going to come out here. Riichi Dora 1 waiting on just the 3-mon. Not the best weight, but dealer applying pressure to the table and should induce some folding.
yeah, within this first round, just the East one, a first row dealer is gonna scare off a lot of people. Maybe it might not scare off Arakawa with this red dragon pickup.
Yeah, Aikawa
She,
gonna maybe play for the double Yakuhai flush for a Mangan. That's worth fighting for. Also, Yamawaki jammed away the 3-pin on Ippatsu turn, said, I can see all of the 5 pins. The odds that you're on this 3-pin are extremely low. And so she was able to play a tile that wasn't necessarily safe and get it through.
or you could just draw the exact tiles that you need. I didn't see exactly what tiles she needed, but she also has a straight chance as well with those characters, which is very crazy.
Oh, 5 so now for Yamawaki. Ishan them. Oh, hello.
Oh my goodness.
Aikawa
Might
now
be able to pick up another door or another Han there.
absolutely will be the Mangan that we were alluding to. Guaranteed no matter which dragon comes out. And there's the tune.
Oh, big deal in for there.
I guess with the Dora, it's always Mangan East and the Red Dragon, full half flush there, two next to Han and the Dora 1. Full Mangan for Aikawa, hitting it directly off of Yamawaki.
Yeah, very unfortunate that Yamawaki drew that red dragon when Ayakawa just got into Tenpai that previous round.
Yeah, it had been once cut as well, so somehow, you'd expect if the player had the dragon pair already, they would have called it already. I mean, they called the East, but it was pulled in late. And Yamawaki had a hand worth fighting for, so we head into East 2. Otsuka in the dealer seat. We'll get to wrap around back to his dealer hand right now. Oof. It's okay.
Yeah, looks like Aikawa is the one with the quickest hand.
It's
They
Tenpai
have
already.
Is it? Yeah, you're right. All right, that is very quick.
It's too fast almost. You'd have to drop the door. It's Riichi only, but she is in first place. Dama. Okay.
That's You have no Yaku though.
Yeah, maybe she's planning to call the Haku if it comes out and say, okay, I have a Yaku now.
Oh, but if you have the Haku, would you want to try to hold on to the value? Or the Dora? That's
Right.
interesting.
Yeah, she definitely spent some time thinking about that. But we'll wait and see. I'm sure if she gets a weight improvement, something like 4-pin or 8-pin draw, she'll slam Jam and Riichi. But outside of that, might just wait for the Haku to come out and then, well, here it is. Let's see if she calls. No, lets it go. Okay, so she's going to look for the Riichi.
Yeah, looks like this is going to be a Riichi, try to get a better weight kind of scenario. Let's see if it works out for them. 8 of bamboo, not going to be helpful for that.
And
then now, while Aikawa just tries to get into Tenpai, that's going to give all the other players a lot more opportunity to try to develop their hand.
Yeah, Yamawaki making progress now. Nice shape completion.
Okay, picks up the 3 of characters, going to merge that with the 2 of characters triple. Now going to cut the 5 and 7 dots. Try to go for a better weight that way.
Otsuka's really improved the shapes in his hand, so he has good odds as the dealer to try to catch up now. Oh, hello.
Oh, and there we go. That 4 character just picked it up, and now we're going to slam the Riichi.
Wow, this is the absolute best possible sequence of draws. 4-sided weight, 2, 5, 8 mon, plus the Haku, the value out.
That was kind of crazy how well that just worked out. That was the perfect scenario for her.
Absolutely. Keeping the 3 mon and drawing the perfect 4 mon. Not content to slam a bad weight Riichi early with no value backing it up. Not content to call the Haku and go for a fast but cheap win. We'll see if Aikawa gets maximally rewarded for playing this way. We do have a tough choice for the dealer now.
Yeah, it's a hard proposition. You gotta try to probably just go safe here, maybe get back into Tenpai. But one thing that I've really noticed about these pro players, and it's a mahjong thing in general, is when you're hot, you're hot. Like when someone's winning, they're probably gonna keep winning. But with these pros, when they're hot, it's an inferno, and that's an inferno dealing right there with against the underdoor as well. Riichi Dora Haku White Dragon. That's going to be 3. I don't think I saw any others. Yep,
You're
there
right.
it is. Just going to be a nice little deal and get the Riichi stick back and have a very solid lead after these first 2 hands.
So Aikawa has won 2 hands so far in this game. They've both been on a once cut dragon.
That's kind of wild. That's when it gets into your head a little bit.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can't
They
trust them
haven't-
anymore, right?
Yeah.
Oh. A little sorting going on. This hand is so good.
Ooh, okay. Pretty good. 5 dots being the Dora is going to make this hand very interesting. Just because anytime the door is a middle tile, it's so hard to get. It makes all of the other weights so terrifying.
Yeah, just
like anytime you,
Just because it's so
anytime
easy to use,
you
right?
want, go for it.
I was gonna say, yeah, just because it's so easy to use, other players will be able to hold on to it. But go ahead and finish your thought. Sorry.
No, you're good. I was rambling.
We've got 1 held here by Taira. And he's going to try to force it into the hand. But
Yeah, Taira had it's an interesting setup. They might be able to option into 7 pairs, but beyond that, they're going to have to get some really particular draws. Aikawa drawing the 4 of characters, going to get that with the 6.
Okay.
And then, another Dora pickup.
Speaking of particular draws, how about just pairing up the Dora? It's an easy way to use it. Now, a bit of a problem is too many pairs in that hand. Will be interesting to see how he handles that.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate because they have so many pairs, but they also have really good sequences in the bamboo that you don't want to spend all that time getting rid of. And this is a hand that you want to try to cash in as quickly as you can.
Not so good.
Oh, should have known. Unfortunate. Well, so at that point, this is me personally. If I think I can go for 7 pairs and I end up cutting a pair, I just think it's cursed and I just get off of it.
Yeah. It feels that way sometimes. You draw a tile that backfires and you say, you know what? I'm behind. Just do something else.
I'll take it as a sign. I get it.
Okay, Aikawa opening up with the south. That is the seat wind. Confirmed.
Yep, and Aikawa doesn't care about the value of any of these hands. She just wants to keep her leader, just get this game going over as quickly as they can. She wants to end the count now.
Stop the count. Stop it at 44,200. And of course, I have to say there is pairs building for Taira, so maybe Chitoi is the path.
Yeah, well, if the wall is going to be super insistent on it, who are you to say no? Although Yamawaki was 1 tile away from a ready hand. Now has the choice. If you're going to go 7 pairs, how cute do you get with it? All right, we're going to get a little cute with it.
Yeah.
We're going to try to wait. If we get the 7 pairs, go for a weight that will most likely get a deal in from someone else.
Ooh. There it is. Tenpai for Yamawaki. 6-9 so Riichi Pihu, Dora 1. Potential Tanyao if the 6-0 is the winner.
Yeah, really nice setup. Has the route to a Mongon. Dealer Mongon there. That could be all that they need to make up this difference and get them out of last place.
7 pairs, one of the hands that could try to dance around this Riichi and still find a path to winning. Interestingly, in the previous discard, Otsuka was Ishanten and decided to break for hopefully better value. And then the dealer Riichi comes out, and all of a sudden, your prospective chances have reduced drastically.
It's always interesting to be able to see all of the hands at once for the most part and just see how one little decision from another player completely changes the tide of the entire table.
Sometimes it's a pair coming out, and then that leads to someone breaking away from a sequence, and then that sequence doesn't fill, so another player hits Tempai first, and they slam a Riichi, so another player folds, and that one pair cut ends up making a huge difference in the game.
Okay, looks like Yamakawa picked up a tile to finish out a block. They might try to challenge.
Yeah, that's Aikawa with the
Aikawa.
Tempai. You're right, 5 mon. You'd think that the 6-9 so has the advantage here, but you never know. Sometimes the Kanchan beats the Jiamen. And Taira is
just anything to get in the Tempai. Maybe the Riichi player will just deal and you might be able to sneak in a quick win.
Yeah, I saw all of the 9 so held or discarded and 3 of the 6 so held. So that means there's only one tile in the wall for Yamawaki's Riichi weight, I should say.
Aikawa with an interesting spot here. There's a few levels to this decision that I'm seeing. It's one, which tile do you think won't deal in? 2, do you also want to keep yourself open to get a 4-5-6 all suit triple, the Sanshoku?
Yeah, that
doesn't... Also run around.
I suspect in this position, Aikawa doesn't really want to fight against this Riichi, but kind of was forced into it by virtue of not having any safety. But now that you have a somewhat dangerous Suji in the 3rd row to discard, the 4-7 so is definitely not in the clear. Just gonna press on forward because there's just nothing safer.
Yeah, I do hear the wise words of, oh, if you don't have safe tiles, just push. What else are you gonna do?
And in this case, you can see a lot of the 2 so and 3 so, which makes it a little harder for the 4 so to be the weight. It still can deal, of course, to the 5-6 so shape that waits on 4-7, but it does squeak through. This decision not getting any easier. 4-7 pin, also bad. And that's close to Dora.
And looks like they're just going to fold it out. Just break up that shape, drop the 6 of dots.
Yeah, the 3 pin was the Riichi tile. There's an early 8 pin. That might suggest that the 9 pin can't be used in the hand. And if that's the case, it makes sense to cut the 6 pin.
Yeah, in the moment, deductive reasoning for what might be safe is a very key aspect to playing at these high tables.
It's also possible that the 6 pin was cut by Yamawaki. It's actually hard to tell from this perspective, but it might be the one in the very left part of that discard pond. That's just
I can't quite see there either. That angle's not helping either. We'll see when it comes back around.
We do have the 5 so Nakasuji though, and a Chi tied up. Considers getting back in. He has the 8 safe 8 so, and 9 mana safe as well.
Yeah, looks like they might be able to try to at least get to a ready hand when it goes to exhaustive draw, which is something I'm noticing that these players are valuing very highly. But we're just gonna get a sumo anyway from the dealer. Double Dora.
Add the Tanyao side too, so Riichi, Tsumo, Tanyao, Pinhu, Dora, 18,000 point dealer Hanemon. Yamawaki now will take the lead, 40,000 points, surpassing Aikawa's 2 Rohan hands. The power of dealer Riichi.
Just the power of dealer Riichi, and just the power of you're never out until you're actually out. It's still early in the game, but just like that, you went from fourth place all the way to first with one monster hand.
And the rest of the players will look to their upcoming dealerships to perhaps get the same sort of hand. Hanuman as the dealer, 18,000 points. Changes a lot. It changes a lot in the game.
Definitely. Will be interesting to see now that we have two players up on the top, Yamakawa and Aikawa, or Yamawaki and Aikawa, both at the top. That might drastically change how they want to approach these hands. Might not go for any of the bigger hands, just go for the quicker ones to get the game moving along and prevent Taira and Otsuka from trying to make a comeback.
Yeah, the battle between the two is going to be interesting in terms of the head-to-head speed versus value, because if you win a cheap hand, the other player can win a value hand and surpass your cheap hand. So there's still some incentive to fight for value as well. And as always, the ever-present question in Mahjong, speed versus value. See how it plays out.
And it looks like most of the player hands are starting to get there. I think on average, every player is about 2 tiles away from a ready hand. They just need to think about the right tiles that they want to draw. What's causing Otsuka from taking some time on their discard was that they have this Dora North just burning a hole in their pocket.
Yeah,
that's the only way that can really get value out of the hand.
Oh, it might be time to drop it here. We'll break instead from the penchant. We've seen this a couple times now from Otsuka. Just does not like to hold the penchant, even if it's Ichanten, and always looks for the better shape here in the early row. In this case, not even the better shape, it's just the Dora, wants to hold the Dora. And that might make some sense from a 4th place position.
I wonder if it's not even just about like using the Dora themselves, but the aura that is being presented on the table. As soon as a Dora is played, either someone's going to grab it and then, okay, now you have to deal with it. Or if there are no Doras and it gets to the end of the second row, every player is very nervous about whether they can complete their hand or not. Because we have 2 players just having a Dora in their hand, just burning a hole. It's a matter of whether they'll be able to use it or not.
And I guess when you discard that Dora, you sort of give the impression that you are so close to Tempai that it's not worth holding on to anymore. So players, they may look at your hand as a result as being close to Tempai. The other thing is they might not respect it as much. If you're dropping the Dora, you don't have a incredible amount of value given by the Dora. You certainly don't have a triplet of Dora, so they might not respect the hand as much.
And there we go. We're going to finally get rid of the Dora, but it's going to be with a Riichi slam from Yamawaki.
Yeah, she's got Riichi only waiting on the 3-mon. This is the second time we've seen a dealer slam an early Riichi that just waits on the 3-mon.
Yeah, with such a huge lead, no one wants to try to deal into it. So just being the first to Riichi might just be enough in a lot of these cases.
Yeah, Aikawa perhaps the closest to being able to fight here, but she's going to have some trouble because the 4-so is thrice cut. And she needs to fill that 3-5-so kanchan with the 4.
7 bamboo, not going to be it. 3 dots, we're going to get another fold out from Aikawa.
Yeah, I was curious to see if she would try the 3-so and then maybe follow up the 5-so later, but playing a little bit more cautiously here.
Looks like Otsuka is going to bow out of this one. They might be able to get back in, but in the meantime, they're going to discard safe tiles. It looks like Aikawa is going to make a call, try to go for an all simples hand to try to sneak out from under this Riichi.
And she does indeed play the 3-so, 5-so perhaps soon to follow.
To a bamboo, not going to be helpful. They are just 1 tile away. And so is Taira. Yeah, it looks like Taira is also 1 tile away from being ready. It'll be interesting to see how they handle it if they do get there.
Another 2-so. At least it's safe. At least you're drawing safe tiles if not tiles that are advancing your hand.
The 5 of bamboo is going to give them pause and enough pause to drop it. You did have a bit of a Suji set up with the 5 of bamboo, but it wasn't guarantee. So we're just going to get rid of the 2 and just try to fight another battle.
I'm, the late
White
upper,
Dragon's not going to do it.
the upper Sozu are starting to come out. So I'm curious if Aikawa will actually be able to jam this 5-so.
Oh, I finally actually counted the tiles in people's hands. Yamawaki's weight is completely dead. All the 3 of characters are accounted for in each player's hand.
Yeah, I remember seeing 2 in Otsuka's hand, and we see 1 here in Taira. So already slim. I think Aikawa has the last one then. So it's a waiting game. And you know what? The hand was worth 2,000 points before Tsumo and Ura. So if she picks up a net gain of 2,000 points here, it will be the same, essentially.
Yeah, and again, that could be the power of dealer Riichi. You may try to slam on a stinker, but if everyone respects it and fold it out, you're going to get more than you normally would have.
All right, so as we head in the direction of Ryukyoku, Yamawaki looking to confirm the lead. Oh, Tempai here for Aikawa. My pin is safe.
That's a very important tempai to get because you're going to maintain parity for the most part with Yamawaki and try to sneak back this first place that she took from you.
Yeah, actually, technically speaking, Aikawa gains ground because Yamawaki threw out a Riichi stick. So, of course, that is yet to be collected. And the winner of the next hand will pull that in addition to increasing the value due to the 2 homebun that now exists. Yamawaki has repeated a couple times now as the dealer.
Yeah, so Aikawa definitely really wants to try to get a quick hand in to just bump them up over into first place. We are still in the East round, so anything can happen. Might still want to go for even more value. Doesn't want to just go for the quick hand. Although they do have a triple of West in there. That's a completed block. Pretty nice. Not their seat win, but we'll take it.
Yeah, I saw fantastic hands as players quickly made their discards. West Onko here for Aikawa could be promising. Hatsu already for Otsuka. He's in the north seat at this moment. It just opens up really quickly as well. And when we get back to Taira's hand, see Dora pair there.
Yeah, Otsuka making that call. Only gonna get a green dragon and a Dora, but you got to try to get something. Like those sticks in the middle, that Homba, like win the hand. Just try to win the hand as best you can.
Yeah, right now the gap to first place or second place is pretty far away for Otsuka. However, the gap to third place and 1 additional point for his team is pretty close. So collecting these sticks is a good start. Now, we are going to see Taira start to open up because, again, he's got those 2 door. He wants to confirm a win in hand, speed it up alongside Otsuka as well.
Absolutely right. There you are. Picks up a 7 of characters, complete that 5, 6, 7 run.
And the race is on. Nice triplet draw for Otsuka. Now, 1 away from Tempai, but a lot of flexibility because it has no confirmed pair and a triplet that could slim down to be a pair. There are a million draws that will get Otsuka into Tempai.
Oh, I misread it. I thought they were Tempai already, but you are correct.
And I think basically any Mon draw up to 7 Mon, 1 through 7 Mon, will be Tempai. Another central connector.
All right, Taira's starting to speed up a bit. They made that early call and are trying to lock in this Dora, but they really need some big hits on their shapes. Like they're still pretty far away. So they might just stall out here. They're going to take a moment to figure out what route they want to take.
Yeah, you could consider cutting the 6-pin here for a potential toy hedge, but at the same time, you're losing out on the 5-pin acceptance. So you're just deciding which of these central floating tiles is the best to keep to potentially be able to call or just draw into a shape.
Yeah, and I think I agree with that approach. Just try to go for the most efficient hand to cash in these 2 Dora, but maybe you could get more. Maybe you could get some more Dora.
Yeah, I like how he hovered his hand over the Anko, the triplet of 8-pin, to sort of read that shape. We'll float the 3-pin and the 4 Mon. Any connector to those two tiles will give Tenpai.
As sad as I am to not see the con, when you do have another sequence right next to it, I fully understand and I agree with it.
Aikawa
But it would have
Ishanten.
been funny.
Oh, Tenpai as well for
Ooh.
Taira. And this is the Shampon weight too, so that means he can win on the door from Mongon. But Otsuka is going to chase it down. Chi into Tenpai waiting on the 6 Mon. Could have chosen a Tonki as well, cutting the 5 or 7 Mon, but might be worried about dropping a Mon tile at this point. A central Mon tile.
Could be. It also gives their hand a more opportunity to go for an open weight if they pick up any of the connecting tiles near it. So gives them a little bit more freedom.
Not going to switch here to
Well,
the...
doesn't swap it up.
Yeah, it has to have Tanya, so the 1 pin not a particularly useful tile. We will see the Pondo from Yamawaki. She wants to repeat his dealer as well. Aikawa still Ishanten. Oh, the 6 Mon!
Oh, that's going to be it.
Otsuka picked the correct weight. Green Dragon Dora 1, so 2,000 points. Collects the Riichi stick, and Tuhomba becomes 2,600 plus the Riichi stick. And that's directly from his competition, Taira. So that will overtake. Temporarily, of course. We're only in East 3.
Yeah, but that's a win that you really wanted. Hitting any of the other players is kind of nice, but it's still like such a mountain to climb there. Trying to hit the guy next to you and just dunk them out to try to get that placement definitely feels a little better. And I'm curious if Otsuka will try to go for more risks this game because their team is in last place and they do need a 3-point win just to even potentially tie with the team that's just above them.
You know what? That is an absolutely excellent point. I do think that Otsuka has been playing in a very greedy fashion so far in this game. You know, breaking away bad shapes, looking for Sanshoku, looking for Tanya, looking for Dora. I definitely agree that he's been playing this game in a way that will try to get his team more points. And, you know, at some point you have to say, okay, it's just not happening, but it's too early to make that diagnosis. It's just these 4. You still have another dealership, and you're right. I think he'll be playing pretty greedy, at least until his second dealership passes.
Aikawa, in a really good spot, has the double East pair just already set up. They're going to try to cash that in, try to get a nice little value hand for themselves.
Yeah, pawn here would be, I imagine, pretty instant. Taira.
Like frame 1.
For 4
Speed
pairs.
run that pawn.
Again, decision time. Are we going to see another penchant cut here? Gonna 8-pin first, but I think he's definitely eyeing up that penchant cut in the future. If there's an easy route to Tanya, might have even made that decision then. But he still has the 1, 2, 3 and another suit to worry about. I think it's the Monzo.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. That's one that I would throw into a group chat and say, what would you discard for sure?
Well, now he has all the shapes he needs. In fact, too many shapes, so that 1, 2 so will probably come out, assuming it doesn't fill in the near future. 1 Dora, 3 Mon here for Taira. 2 of the Dora for Otsuka. And perhaps that's the reason why he's not so eager to cut that penchant. Because he already has the value in the hand, he might just be willing to accept any Riichi, the fastest route to Tenpai, rather than greeding for even more value.
Yeah. If you already have some value in hand and you can get to Tenpai, I think that's what a lot of these players will opt to do. The triple of 9 of characters is going to make that pair a lot less awkward than it was before.
That is Tenpai here for Yamawaki. Will slam the Riichi on the 8, so Riichi only.
Riichi, just for the 8 of bamboo, we see one of them in Aikawa's hand.
I will say, I believe Yamawaki can see all 4 of the 9 so. which makes the 8s a little hard to use. 3 of the 9s have been discarded, and 1 is being held in her hand. So she might have a sense that it's pretty good in the wall. Oh, it finds it! Ipatsumo! She did have a sense!
Muad'Dib just sense the wall, read the wall. I mean, sometimes that's all you need to do.
Yeah, reach Ipatsumo no Ura. So we'll just be the 1000, 2000. I say just. That extends the lead for Yamawaki, and importantly moves the dealership away from Aikawa, her direct competition. In this game, at least, for first.
Yeah, now Aikawa needs to get a little bit more value out of the hand to try to overtake. I mean, generally these players will try to go for decent value in their hands as best they can, but now it's a requirement.
Taira, in last place, has a really strong starting set of tiles. 1 2-pin door here. Sorry, that's not door. Door is Hatsu.
Everyone on the broadcast gets it mixed up. It's like, oh, it's indicator. Wait a minute.
Yeah, we've got.
I've had times where I get it right, like 7 hands, and then the 8th hand, I'll mix it up.
In this case, I was looking at the 2-pin in the hand, and then wanted to see what the door was, and just conflated the two. But dealer is making progress here with the 8-pin. Might be able to shift into a Tanya in the near future, assuming he gets a 6. So.
Okay, 4-pin draw. It's gonna now cut that 1 or 2 character shape. Okay, red dragon pair. I imagine that might just get gobbled up if it gets dropped. A bunch of pairs in Aikawa's hand. I don't know if we're gonna. I'm always looking out for the 7 pairs. You caught me, but I don't know. I don't know this time around.
As Jen says in chat, I do not like 7 pairs on a boat. I do not like them with a goat. 7 pairs, not a super popular hand, but are you a 7 pairs fan?
I think there is so much hidden potential in the 7 pairs. It does a lot of things that I really like. It can be sneaky. Yeah, it doesn't hit that often, but when it does, it's fantastic.
Wow, great Kanchan fill here for Otsuka. What's the play though?
Gonna cut the 2 to give them the option to be in Tenpai if they drop the 3 of characters.
Three of characters would be the absolute best draw here. Uh-oh. I see another pair.
Now you have to decide.
5 pairs. And the thing is, this hand is so callable. You have Chun pair and non-pair, both of which are Yakuhai because we are in the South round.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to start hard committing towards a 7 pairs line. Getting rid of the 5 of characters is going to be very hard to pair up and just get rid of it now. It also saves them from having to get rid of it if it becomes dangerous a little later.
Here for Yamawaki. And that will be a pull, non-pull. And so can move vertically now towards Toy Toy.
Yeah, it could be Toy Toy, but could also, if it just works out, that is just a 1 Han, just south hand. I think they're also going to be willing to take that. We'll see if fortune favors them.
That's true. I mean, importantly, we have to keep our eyes on the Dora, and that has started to filter out. Dealer cutting 1 out, so Taira's probably close to Tenpai. And in fact, hits Tenpai now. Will not take it. Wants the 2-3-4 Sanchoku. I appreciate you, Taira. Man after my own heart.
Max greeting.
Love to see the greed, specifically for 2-3-4 Sanchoku.
Yeah, if you're gonna have a chance to try to make up this deficit and even get to first place, you got to go for the greedy lines.
Oh, there's the second Dora. Has to come out, and Aikawa calling 2 times now. Won't be the Toy Toy play because she just made a chi.
Six of characters going to be the draw. Going to drop the 5 of characters to turn that into a 5-6 run.
Strong and efficient. Speaking of holding tiles that can make runs and losing a little bit of efficiency, Otsuka previously cut away from the 4-5-5 so shape to hold a 7-mon and ended up drawing the connector to the 7-mon. So that nice hedge turning out to potentially pay off here. Ishan 10 with great shapes.
Yeah, Great Shape's in a lot of value if it hits correctly with the double run. Okay, triple of 3 of bamboo makes this a little bit interesting. One tile away.
That
It's going to
was
hold on to the honor tile as a safety one.
oh, that's not the Sanjoku, but it's a Riichi Pinshu, so we will take it. 3-6 pin, the weight.
Yeah, you're coming up on the last row. You don't have as much time anymore. Just take what you can.
To the 6 pin discarded already. I'll have to check the hands to see how much of the weight is live. We are entering row 3 pretty soon.
Oh, this is scary. None of the red dragons have been played, right? They haven't been called, right? I don't think so.
No, I
I
don't
don't
believe
see
so,
any in the
yeah.
pond.
Yeah, this is tough. That honor tile, usually you expect them to be a little safer than suited tiles. However, if there's a Riichi and it's late and you haven't seen it, it could be quite scary. But it's not like this 8 pin is safer anyway.
Okay, gonna drop 7 characters. It's Suji to a previously discarded 4. Might try to give up the double run there and hopefully get back into Tenpai some other way.
Aikawa doesn't really have anything to fight for in this hand, just a cheap hand, so not wanting to take any risks. 7 pin, not a safe tile, so she will go 1 pin, 1 pin. Ooh, that would have been Tenpai. But he's going to dance around here. 8 mon first, and if he connects to the 8 pin, he can slam a Riichi, cutting the chun.
4 characters draw from Aikawa. 4 was previously played, but just gonna play the 1 of dots, respect the other players as well.
6-0 again, and now you still have 2 tiles that are tough to push. The red dragon, the 8 pin, and the 6-0. 2 of those tiles have to come out, and he just backs away.
Might have to just back out from this one at this point.
Yeah, it's tough because Otsuka really doesn't want Taira to win as the dealer. To take over
Especially, you don't want to be the one to give them those points.
Exactly. There's some incentive to fight to prevent him from winning, but that comes with the risk of dealing directly and losing essentially double the amount of ground. So he says, I still have a dealership yet. I don't need to play in a desperate fashion to end this. It's late enough that I can hope that it goes to a draw, and I'll lose a minimal amount of points.
Yeah, and at this point, as if you're Otsuka, you don't expect Yamawaki or Aikawa to try to fight this as well, being such like strong leads. So you're the only one who is in danger of actually dealing in. So don't deal in.
That's a good point. Yamawaki and Aikawa both backing away here. It's back to Ishanten, so he'll play the West. And I think he might have one more draw.
There we go. We're just going to get some safety. Ooh, green dragon last second. Still not going to be enough. Looks like everyone is going to try to fold it out. Taira, the only one be with a ready hand, might be able to get 3,000 points from the table after this.
It looks like that is indeed the case. There was a last-second chance for Otsuka to maybe find Tenpai and jam the red dragon, but he could not pull the tile in. So, as you said, Taira picking up 3,000 points, 1,000 from each player because they are no 10. He will get to repeat as the dealer, leave his Riichi stick in the middle of the table, and add 1 Honba. Next hand, and he takes over 3rd place.
Yeah, barely a lead though. So Otsuka, plan of opportunity to try to claw their way back. It's always interesting to see how the games play out based on the first rotation of dealer once we get into the south round, because how the players are standing really influences what tiles they push and who fights and just how it all plays out.
Let's go here. 3 pairs. Ooh, hello.
Ooh.
Very curious to see if Yamawaki will choose to cut away from the So pair and go for the flush. I mean, she has the lead, so there's no need to play so desperately, but yeah, gonna cut away the honor tiles first and not really float it, just playing efficiently so far. Unless she draws a whole bunch of great Mon tiles, it's very likely she'll end up with just a standard hand. And hang on a second, Taira, what is this? 5 pairs? Chitoi Ishantan?
It's Chito Ishanten, but you have a pair of South, which you might be able to call. That's an interesting one. Picking up Dora.
That's one of the tiles that can move you in the direction of the flush. If you pair up the Dora, you sort of have the tiles for it. Oh, it's just Tempai.
Ooh.
Well, forget the South
All right.
Pole.
Yeah, we're gonna be Tempai waiting on the 5 of bamboo, and there's that character tiles that you talked about. Try to push them towards a half flush. Although it's still pretty far away.
What sneaky weight are you gonna get here? 1 pin, twice cut hoodie 10. No good.
Yeah, I think I like the not slamming the Riichi quite yet, because the 6 of bamboo is going to be a really hard one to get. So you want to try to get something a little sneakier, or maybe just try to hold out for Dora.
I saw Tsuchida Pro's toy system in hand. Here we go. Suji pair. Is that good enough? Will Dalma still? He wants something better, and Otsuka is going to open up. This might induce a Riichi just to apply pressure to Otsuka to prevent him from being able to win.
Yeah, very interesting turn of events if that's how it plays out. You don't want to slam quite yet. Ooh, White
that might be
Dragon
it.
drawn. Yep, and there is exactly what you were talking about. We're going to slam the Riichi now that Otsuka has opened themselves up, and we get a Patsu!
Oh, that is
direct stealing. No, that's brutal.
Riichi Patsuchitoi, 9,600 points, plus the 2 sticks, plus the Honba, and Otsuka falls down to a very rough 4th place. He still has a dealership, but look at Taira, up to 30,800, still in 3rd place, but now he has his sights on not just 2nd place, but 1st place.
Yeah, unfortunately, Otsuka kind of got blindsided on that one. Maybe he was just, blinders on, just trying to push their hand, but there was no thought in that discard. Drew it and immediately got rid of it.
Yeah, honestly, the discards for Taira, although it was a Chitoi hand, they looked pretty normal because it got Tempai so quickly. It wasn't planning to be Chitoi, just found its way there. So even though the 5-so, 6-so came out eventually from that hand, it was separated and it was natural looking discards. And the other thing is, the White Dragon was once cut already. That's like the 3rd time this game that a once cut dragon has dealt in. And a 4th thing here, Otsuka was holding so many central tiles for Tanya. Remember, he opened for a Tanya that there just weren't that many options to discard. So it was just really unfortunate scenario, but the Haku was the perfect draw for Taira.
So what you're telling me is that was legitimately some anime levels of they can't possibly have it because of X, Y, and Z reasons that I'm going to explain for 10 whole minutes and then immediately deal in.
I mean, that's fantastic stuff for Taira. The patience to wait for that perfect tile, and it truly was the perfect tile. Now, hang on a second. I'm seeing some funny discards here from Yamawaki. Maybe the hand's so bad that she needs to play for Kokushi.
That's honestly, in your position, that's totally fine. Because, if you hit it, you hit it. That's going to be awesome. And if you don't, look at this mountain of safe tiles that you have. Although, these first row discards are going to look very suspicious to the rest of the players.
But the rest of the players can't really stop it. Okay, you have Kokushi. What am I going to do about that?
Hold on to your honors.
Yeah. Well, that might...
And potentially, it might stifle out the other hands.
We'll see if that comes to fruition. I believe 9 unique tiles in a pair.
I didn't actually do the count. I just saw a bunch of them.
Got a flush brewing for Otsuka. Again, he needed points, so flush in the door suit is a way to make it happen.
Yeah, Aikawa actually has a reasonable normal hand. Which, what are you doing here? Did you not get the memo of this table? We're going bananas.
Yeah, I have to point out now, props to Aikawa. It seems just about every single hand in this game. She's been super proactive, and it's been Ishanten or Tenpai every time. Even that last one that Taira just won, she was Ishanten for Itsu in the Pinzu. And potentially Riichi, Itsu, Pihu, Mangan. So Aikawa's had put herself in really good chances all game long. Interestingly, cutting the force so ahead of time, just locking in the door shape.
Yeah, I like that discard a lot. Oh, interesting. We might not go into 13 Orphans, but we might be able to get some sort of honor Yaku that might be just as valuable.
Wow.
Oh, and that's going to be Tenpai from Taira, Slam of the Riichi, waiting on the 3 and 6 of Bamboo. 3 of the 6s already in Otsuka's hand.
That was an incredible draw. Filling the Penchon 3-mon, was hedging the 6-mon just in case he could draw into 4-5-6 Sanchoku, but got the unexpected Tenpai first. Now good wait.
Looks like Otsuka is going to call that 7, 8, and 9 Bamboo run and try to force a half flush here. And this is exactly the scenario we talked about. Yamawaki, when it gets too dangerous, we could just fold it out. Who cares?
A second 8 so? No need to pull that one in. And now 4-pin. This one's not Genbutsu. He does have a few honor tiles to try, but we did just see honor overflow from the Kokushi hand. You never really believe that's Tenpai after the first one, though.
Definitely. Otsuka definitely did take a bit of a minute. Ooh, okay. Oh, but yeah, okay. It's gonna complete the second, but Taira's gonna just draw the tile that they need. Riichi, Sumo, Pinfu. Looks at that was it.
Yep. Get the 1300 all. And 2 Honba makes it 1500 all, plus he'll collect his stick back, and just as we were talking about, Taira now taking over second place by 100 points.
Yeah, just like that, Aikawa's first 2 wins are almost basically disappeared. Everyone, with the exception of Otsuka, trying his hardest. It's pretty even on the board. Just one Mongon hand can blow away this entire standing between the top 3 players.
Taira might not be done here. What a fantastic high pie. Yonake shape 4, 5, 6 pin, 5, 5, 6, 7 mon. Lots of central floating tiles for the shapes that aren't complete, but 2 complete shapes already and just amazing floaters. Could shut it down.
Okay, we got some interesting shapes here. Very callable. Try to get some value from Aikawa. It looks like Otsuka has a pair of the South that is both the round wind and their seat wind. So nice little way to get some value, but is that going to be enough though? You're so far behind.
I mean, any points give you a chance to make your job easier on your dealership, but Otsuka will probably have to do it on his dealership. Aikawa, though, opening up already on the 2 pin, can call twice more, even has options to get a flush in the Pinzu.
Yeah, speaking of flushes, it looks like Otsuka is going to try to make their way towards a flush hand with their characters as well. Just try to juice his hand for as much as they possibly can.
All right, Hatsu comes out. Palm. Aikawa will call, and then South. And we'll wait on that tune a little bit longer. We could get fancy with it. She can pair up that red dragon. We might be thinking about Shosangen.
That would be quite crazy. Yeah, let's see. 1 tune in hand. The other one was in Otsuka's hand, if I remember correctly. Yep, there it is.
What's the cut? East first, so still a chance for Aikawa to draw the red dragon.
Oh no, I'm looking at Otsuka's hand. They have that white dragon and the red dragon in hand. If certain tiles fall in a certain order, this could be disastrous.
Oh, like, okay, how greedy. Aikawa
no.
already has 2 Yaku, so could just play for 2,000. No, going for it all!
Let's go.
Aikawa wants the Daisaken, but dealer! Tenpai! On the 6-mon for Ipeiko Tanyao Dora 1. Kodama here. Play for the Sanchoku chance.
Yeah, I like that Dama a lot. You've seen so many calls from all these other players. I mean, it is interesting. You could try to go for the better way, or you could just slam now that everyone has called and have less tiles to defend with.
Right, although the 6-mon is the flush suit, so you might expect there to be fewer of those available. And he also sees Aikawa making 2 calls, 2-pin Pon, Green Dragon Pon. So this would have been the sumo for 2,000 points, but Aikawa wanted more. She wants first place in this hand. You know, you don't know how many chances you're going to get in the future. I'll take advantage of the ones that you do get.
Taira going to draw this 5 of characters. Now they could potentially go for a Riichi.
Yeah, 5-mon, 8-mon, plus 5 so and Totsui if you drop the 7-mon here. You lose the Ipeiko value. Good. Okay, we'll take the Riichi, as you said. Could also Dama and hope to draw a So-tile connector, like a 4-so, for the Sanchoku, but that Riichi tile will be called Otsuka.
Oh, that's so relieving for Otsuka. You needed to drop that red dragon right there before Aikawa paired it up.
Yeah, it was a 50-50 which one came out. He dropped the correct dragon.
Yeah, the danger scenario, less likely to happen, could still if they draw another one. But if Aikawa gets this, less likely that Otsuka is going to be the one that deals into it.
And he just has to play aggressively here too, so.
It's so unfortunate you've made 3 calls and you're still not Tenpai.
Oh, yeah. Aikawa is back. And those were all Pon calls. So this is Toi Toi, Yakuhai, Yakuhai.
Yeah, still a heater of a hand.
Somehow
Aikawa, Bamboo not going to progress.
Still Mangan despite not getting the Daisangan or Shosangan or Honitsuo.
One of the 7. Oh, okay. We're finally Tenpai. No content. That's
We're both looking at that. No way there's a con, right?
Yeah, there's no way. Like, you don't want to give the dealer that much potential value on their Riichi. But like, imagine you hit Rinshan.
Right? A 4-mon jam from Aikawa. There's the 7-so.
Oh,
absolutely rewarded for jamming the dangerous Mon tile. Mangan value. Otsuka's going to pay out again, going to the negatives, but Aikawa taking over first place.
Yeah, it's a really unfortunate position Otsuka is in. They find themselves in last place, so they're very incentivized to try to push hands, and you're just going to run into all the danger along the way.
And here's
just sink deeper and deeper.
Yeah, one of the features of the Saikyosen Team Battle is that it's a team scoring, so only placement matters. If you took a 4th with 30,000, 20,000 points, and a 4th with negative 20,000 points, you're still getting the same number of points. So you are highly incentivized to try 4 hands if you can.
Yeah, and honestly, I really do like this format from a spectator perspective. It's encouraging people to clip farm a little more, which I'm all for.
Scott, now in the dealer seat, will have it all to play for. Will want to repeat an infinite number of times. As close to infinite as humanly possible.
Yeah, looks like... Okay, they're gonna try to shift their hand to be more of a all symbols hand. It's not enough just to get Tenpai, be ready. You have to get some value with it as well. Otherwise, it's not even worth your time.
Yeah, definitely wants to try to use the 2-pin Dora. It's connected slightly, but now with a 6-pin, you really need to pair that up or find the 3-pin soon. Yamawaki with a good hand. Aikawa as well. Super strong already on them.
Yeah, Taira's hand is kind of slow. Needs to spend a lot of time getting rid of some of these loose tiles that are kind of near their established shapes.
Oh.
Ooh, there we go. That's a Dora pickup. Aikawa able to get a potential double run if they pick up the 1 dot. Oh, and there's the 2 dot pickup. This is the exact scenario that you needed to try to make this comeback. Use the Dora as the pair. It's your only option.
Absolutely. I do want to point out Aikawa holding that 3-pin over this perfect Ishan 10 with a 6-0. She said, I want to hedge the thought of drawing a Dora, and that allowed her to use it. Sacrifices some efficiency for potentially value, and she got there. Perfect Ishan 10 though for Taira.
It is always so interesting for me to see the scenarios that the players will forego pure efficiency to try to eke out more value. And when they decide to do it, I love watching it. I learned so much.
We saw Otsuka play that way as well a little earlier in this game, and he also was rewarded with a great draw. He didn't win the hand, but it gave him very good chances at that win.
Taira's hand formed out a lot better than I remember it.
Yeah, drawing a triplet certainly helps. Yamawaki still Ishanten, one away.
Aikawa, 7 dots. Not going to do anything with that. They're locking in those 8 of dots as their pair.
Yeah, we're very much at that point where everyone is about at the same place in their hand, one away from Tenpai, or close enough to that, where they have extremely limited number of draws. That there it is, 7. So we'll slam the Riichi on 1-4 pin. Riichi, Pinhu, door 2 minimum. Ipego chance on the 1 pin.
Taira getting a hand that helps progress their hand, or getting a tile to progress their hand, they might be able to want to challenge this. Is an interesting spot to be in.
It's tough because most likely they're going to have to jam the 3 pin, which is right next to the Dora. But if you're Tenpai, this is your opportunity to hit Aikawa directly. And that's a Tenpai. Riichi, Tanyao, potentially Ipeko on the 8 pin.
Just waiting on 5-8. One of these 8s. We see you right there in Yamawaki's hand.
Oh, she gets it.
Thanks for the stick donation.
June, so no Ura, the white dragon not contained in hand. Riichi, Tsumo, Pihu, Dora, Mangan, Aikawa pulling ahead, and I see some Aikawa fans in the chat. We've seen a lot of her on the stream table this Saikyosen Team Battle, and she's performing admirably for her team.
Yeah, definitely. Carrying a lot of weight for their team. Aikawa with a very large 54,000 points. A full dealer Mongon ahead of Yamawaki.
Now here's the problem. Yamawaki is the dealer, so she can find the Mongon. And hello, this is another monster hand in the making. She might have that Mongon.
It's one of those awkward monsters. I mean, aren't all monsters like a little bit awkward?
It's just a bit.
But it's like, it's so much, it's potentially really scary, but it's also kind of weird. And you need to draw the right tiles in the right order.
Well, how about that? 2-so to connect to the Dora. She can pull
definitely helps
instantly. Ormon not going to make any, hedges, no slight disguises of the flush.
Yeah, sometimes you don't want to be sneaky about what you're doing. Sometimes you just want to be bold, front and center, tell everyone in the world, this is what I'm doing. What are you going to do about it? You're going to run away. That's what you're going to do.
Yeah, you're going to run away. I'm going to draw the tiles myself.
Big bully, big stack.
In this case, really looks like the best hand out of the group here. Aikawa dropping the south. That was double south for her, so no real honor tile safety in her hand. Playing straightforward efficiently.
Taira might be moving towards a half flush themselves.
Otsuka looking for Suanko. Or Chitoi Door 2.
All right, 6 of bamboo pickup. Totally great when you're trying to go for this flush. Oh, and 6 dots might encourage them to go for this flush. Yeah, go for the half flush there on the dots.
It does seem to play the play. There's the Chun. Wow.
Wow.
Yamawaki now with the
Three
dragons.
back-to-back banger draws.
And this is, again, Yakuhai, Honitsudora 1, 12,000 points currently.
Taira is also making a lot of quick progress with her half-flush hand. And I think Otsuka is just putting their faith in 7 pairs and hoping something works out. Because at this point, what else can you do?
Absolutely. I would play it the same way.
These draws have been insane from Taira. Look at this.
I could fight Yamawaki here. Might get him in trouble, though, if Yamawaki gets a Tenpai. She's looking for a connector to the 3-so or the 6-so. And if she connects with the 2-so, she could even use another Dora.
I imagine Taira is going to fight because what's the worst that can happen? Otsuka is so far down and you're probably going to still maintain a second place. You can play kind of safe going into an all last. You got to fight it. You got a banger of a hand. How bad could their hand be, really?
Absolutely. Even if you deal into deal Hanuman, as you said, you still have a lot of gap to dropping all the way to 4th. So it's very unlikely that you'll fall all the way down. All right, Yamawaki. Is this a so tile? It is 4-so. That's a 2-5-so weight.
Okay, 6 of dots. Gonna get melded together with that too. Okay, we might be able to get a straight on the dots as well. Get even more value out of this hand.
Yeah, huge 1-pin draw. 6-so again. No good. Aikawa probably going to just play Chitoi instead with his hand. Dora 2, Ishanten, and this playing step for pairs allows her to not drop any pin tiles unnecessarily. Same with so tiles.
Yeah, it's always great when you can try to get. I mean, that's one of the things I do like about 7 pairs is it is very flexible on how you form it out, and it lets you potentially still get a tenpai without dealing in dangerous tiles.
Uh-oh. That's a Tenpai. She'll play the 6-pin, not wanting to risk a dangerous tile against the dealer, but rather against Taira, the non-dealer.
Yeah, Aikawa just waiting on the 3 of bamboo to complete that 7 pairs hand. 2 of them we do see in Yamawaki's hand.
Oh.
We have content.
6-mon Rinshan. Oh, she gets it!
Oh, let's go! And it's Dora? That's wild!
Yeah, the 2-so the Rinshan is going to make it Hanuman. It is double Yakuhai, Honitsu, Dora 1, and the 2-so Rinshan Kaiho for another 18,000 points. Every time Aikawa thinks she's pulled ahead, Yamawaki comes back with a dealer Hanuman.
Yamawaki just completely blowing this game out of the water. What a huge lead that they have, though it's still not over yet. Yamawaki only 10,000 points away on their lead, but Aikawa does have the last dealership, so Yamawaki can't rest quite yet.
Oh, what an unbelievable swing that's happened. Aikawa keeps winning big hand after big hand, but she's winning them via roll. Yamawaki's not only winning 18,000 points on her dealership, but it's also Tsumo, which ends up becoming a 24,000 point net swing because Aikawa has to pay 6,000 of that at no fault of her own, of course. But Aikawa's not done yet. Double South triplet in hand and the Green Dragon pair. We could be looking at another Mongon.
Yeah, these players just have some absolute cannons this game.
Yeah, this is probably the best hand that Otsuka's had, but it's not. It's a little bit too late at this point.
In every other scenario, when I'm looking at Otsuka's hand, I think this is fantastic. But in this spot, it's got to be more. You just need to go for more. And now Aikawa thinking, how much more do they want to go for?
Yeah, maybe 1-so, 2-so, drop a penchant, keep the overlapping 1-2 pin, and hedge the flush. Or maybe you think that the Sozu is where the flush is, and you play the 1-pin, 2-pin. What do you think about just cutting the white dragon immediately and hedging all your bets?
Yeah, there's a couple of routes that you could take this. This is why she's deep in the tank on this.
And Chanta is well an option. Double South, Green Dragon, Chanta is a Mongon as well.
I have my discard locked in. Do you have yours? What would you do? Don't say it. Don't say it until she does it. We'll see if we're right or not. But I have mine locked in.
One other consideration is that the 5-pin is a Dora.
Oh, I was so wrong. I was gonna drop White Dragon.
Yeah, I was also leaning towards the White Dragon just because of the door connector. I didn't want to give up anything yet, but initially I did think that there is some incentive to keep the White Dragon because it keeps the Chanta alive and the Flush alive, and you're just deciding which suit you want to hedge more. And so I think what she's saying is, if by cutting the 2-pin 1-pin, if I do end up in the So Flush, say I draw the Haku, then I'm still doing fantastic. I'm dropping my overlapping shape, so it's still relatively efficient. And if I draw the 6-pin Dora, I've got essentially my Mongon anyway. I don't need to go for a flush anymore. So she's hedging a lot of value outs this way. I really like that move.
Yeah, very great detailed explanation on the route that she took there.
Yamawaki, though, could fight here. We do have the Hatsu, Pulm, and this is where you have to make your decision. Tuso first. So actually leaves flexibility even then, but Yamawaki is going to call to fight back.
Yeah, it looks like Aikawa, based on these plays, I think she's less inclined about trying to go for value and just ripping away Yamawaki's dealership so she can go for her own on the all last.
Yeah, the value routes are there, but it doesn't have to happen. She wins 3 Han. That still sets her up pretty nicely for her all last dealership. An interesting draw there.
Yeah.
4-pin kind of sets up for 3 sequences in the Pinzu.
Yeah, very interesting shape that they have there. East pair not going to do anything there. Could have potentially, but decides not to go for it.
Yeah, the tateniu should be faster, generally speaking, because you have a couple 2 sideways. You're not reliant on the East coming out.
Yeah, it's basically the same value. Oop, yep, definitely rewarded for it.
Perfect Shoten. Ooh, 9-pin. So that is Tempai on the 5-so or 7-so. There's a Tonki with Ipeko as a Yaku. Ipeko Dora 1. So he can roam here.
5 of bamboo is going to get snatched up and put Yamawaki into Tempai, waiting on the 4 and 7 of characters.
Tateniu Dora 1 for 2,900 to 2,900 with the Dora, of course, and Homba to collect as well.
Picking up this 6 of bamboo would have completed the shape, but based on the calls, wouldn't have drawn it. Now it's interesting if they want to maybe keep it. It'll put them in Foodie 10, but it gives them more options to draw their winning tile themselves.
The thing is, if he goes 9-pin, 9-pin here, he could get a nice 4-sided weight if he draws the 8 so. That also potentially has Sanchoku. So there's a consideration here.
Very good point there. I did not see all that route. Yeah, there is potentially a lot of power over here if you go back a Sean 10, getting rid of these 9 dots, as you said. And yeah, he's taken a moment to really consider their options.
I appreciate it. Like, this shape is not an easy shape to decide how to handle. And it's really tough to go back a Shoten when you see dealer opening twice and Aikawa also opening the hand. So you might need the speed. You also have to worry about dealing in at this point to the dealer.
Yeah, really interesting spot to be in. And gonna hold on to it. All right, gonna hold on to the shape that they had before. 6 of bamboo, also drawn again.
Aikawa still waiting for the 4 or 7 mon. 8 will go through.
3 mon, gonna be drawn immediately cut. 9 of bamboo makes that a little interesting. You have this green dragon that you've been holding on to for so long. Gonna finally cut it.
Yeah, it's
3 of bamboo, gonna be the draw and the immediate cut.
okay. This is a Nobetan 5 mon, 8 mon. If you Riichi cutting the 7 so, I think we'll see it. Riichi Dora 1.
Yep, there we go. Just waiting on the 5 and 8 of characters.
Otsuka could not take this Riichi on just the 6 so and 8 so. awkward trombone weight with no value, so we'll just fold away here most likely. Or rework the hand at the very least.
Yeah, I imagine at this point, with the exception of Otsuka, he might just continue to run straight first into danger, because what else can you do? I imagine the other players might want to fold out. They don't want this third place player to make up any point difference.
Yamawaki might not be able to fold out. We'll see. It goes just, okay, you're right. It does fold the 4-pin. Doesn't have many options after that, though. But 9-pin may be too dangerous, being the Dorasuji, and also not seeing that many of the upper pin tiles because Taira's holding them all.
Yeah, makes it very scary. And Otsuka also has a door in their hand that's just burning a hole, can't do anything with it. Aikawa gonna make a call, try to get themselves in Tempai, waiting on the 3 and 6 of dots.
6-pin would be Mongon. Of course, should have to draw it herself. I doubt any player's going to drop a door against this Riichi.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
Ah, and there would have been the Tsumo. But, of course, Yamawaki playing conservatively here with the lead. Tumon just came out, so Aikawa rather can play that.
Yeah, very prudent. Getting rid of that pair gives you another round of discards for the next one. And looks like Otsuka not gonna, yeah, just can't do anything with the hand. Just gonna have to fold it out. You don't, yeah, you're already in last place, but you don't want to dig your hole that much further.
That was a funny option for Aikawa to go back into Toy Toy where she won her previous Mongon. But dropping a central pin tile, a little tough. And you'd be probably cutting the 4-pin, waiting on the 5-pin. Also, not expecting to see that tile.
Yeah, I imagine you just want to try to keep your hand as wide as possible to just get something going. And there is that something. That's going to be the dots, the 3 of dots deal in for just a green dragon and double south 3 Han. Oh, 4
40.
Because of the door. No, it wasn't Dora.
Yeah, 3 and 40 though. So bonus foo make it 52 plus the Homa plus the Riichi stick. So, you said she didn't need to get all the value. And in this case, the gap is really close now.
Yeah. Aikawa is in the unfortunate spot that she can't just win one hand and call it a day. If you are the all last dealer and you win, we will continue to play until you no longer have a winning hand when it goes to exhaust or someone else wins. So not only does Aikawa have to get a win, they need to hold on to that win for another hand. So very tough position to be in.
Yeah, and here's another interesting aspect here. Yamawaki and Aikawa are so far ahead of the other two that how do you play this as Taira? He spent some time thinking about this. How do I build a hand to make up a 36,000 point gap? Or do I just play to lock in third place and make sure that Otsuka can't catch up to me? He might choose to play that way instead.
Otsuka is so far behind though.
Right, so it seems like he might, the possibilities there to try to build some monster. Even Baimon Direct isn't enough, but Sanpaimon? Suanko?
Yeah, I think as Taira, you just have to just stand there, charge your energy for the biggest attack that you can come up with, and who cares what anyone else is doing.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to have his eye on Otsuka's discards and see, wow, this hand.
It could have actually been a 13 Orphans. He was kind of flirting with that idea on the first one, or on the first few discards, but with that 3 of dots pickup, gonna gravitate more towards a flush.
So if he hits Taira with a direct Baimon, I do believe that will overtake.
It's not a bad approach, considering that your flush is the Dora suit, which might be able to juice this up pretty well.
So you get Shosangen, Hoitsu, Dora, something along those lines. That'd be a Dama Baimon if you could get that completely concealed, although, of course, our eyes are also on Aikawa, who's trying to track down Yamawaki for first. This is technically Ishantem.
Yeah, it takes oh, okay, interesting. Doesn't try to force the full terminals hand. And just try to play a little bit more efficiently.
Okay, so Otsuka is Ishan 10 for a Baimon, but he has to reach it. It would be Riichi, Itsu, Honitsu, Yakuhai Dora 1. The issue is that the second he opens up, or the second he slams a Riichi, Taira will no longer play the hand.
Ooh, and Taira's going to go ahead and open up. Looks like they are just going to try to just close out with a White Dragon win and just be content with getting third place.
Yamawaki also playing open here, Tanyao to end the game in first place.
Yeah, as Yamawaki, you need to finish this hand. You need to just end it here.
6-pin back, so she's relying on the 7-pin and never going to drop the Dora. Also has the 7-so in hand, so she can play for Sanchoku in the future. 7, 8, 9.
Kind of bamboo, not going to be helpful. Just gets immediately cut. Aikawa, 4 of characters, not useful for your hand.
Yeah,
It's a little scary to drop, but going to get rid of it anyway.
a lot
And
of
yeah, we're
tiles.
just going to get some draws and discards.
Especially for Otsuka, who has a very limited number of draws that'll be useful. This call technically advances you in Shoten, so Yamawaki will make it, but she's going to be a little vulnerable here.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot for Yamawaki. If you somehow deal into Aikawa, you still get another chance to make it back. And is Taira and Otsuka really going for these monster hands, and are they tenpai for them? So you are exposing yourself a little bit, but it might be better this time around. But Otsuka picking up a Dora here, that's tough.
The value play might be to throw it back and go for Dai Sangen or
Oh,
this straight.
I,
It
there's so many desserts. I have too many options for dessert. I'm a kid in a candy aisle. I don't know what way to go.
plays the Haku. That will be pulled into Tempai from Taira. And now, if the rest of the table wasn't sure, Yamawaki at least will feel confident that he's going for something cheap. So either she wins the cheap hand or he wins the cheap hand. One of them is going to get there before Aikawa. At least that's her hope.
Yeah, but Yamawaka here only sees the one Dora that they have in their hand. And yeah, Aikawa also the same. So might not be enough of a juicer from anyone else. But if Aikawa deals in, then that's her shot at first place completely gone. So still has to tread carefully.
Yeah, this gap 4,000, 3,400. So dealing into Yakuhai Door 2 would, drop her below Aikawa. She has to be careful. Oh, there it is. Finally, the 8-so draw that Aikawa was looking for.
It looks like they're going to be in Tempai, not trying to slam or Riichi against anyone. Still going to maintain that Tempai. Red Dragon
Ooh.
pickup.
Okay, so we're
Oh,
looking at Yakuhai, Itsu. Itsu, Dora. You dropped the Dora here.
if you drop Dora, you're only getting the extra value if you get the 6 of dots, and looks like we're going to do that.
All right, he's playing for the Baimon. He says, Taira, you are called. You are exposed. Will you drop 3-pin, 6-pin? Oh, I call her Riichi. She says, I can't, I don't care if I deal it into Otsuka. I'm not going to fall below Taira, so let's take the challenge.
I see all these plays, and it's very much the energy of I'm just going to swing my arms, and if you get hit, it's not my fault.
Oh, 5-pin,
Oh,
almost
so
impossible.
He saw the dots. He felt the dots. He probably had that moment of, was this it? Did I just make the dream come back?
Now the player in trouble is Yamawaki. Remember, she's called open a couple times. She started to fold, but has, what, 4 pin tiles, 6 pin tiles, something like that? 5 pin tiles and a couple so tiles. The 3-6 so not a clear Suji.
If you're Taira here, you have to really think about it. They
to
wouldn't have
fold.
slammed Riichi unless there was a huge hand.
There's no way that you can push this one pin. Direct Baimon is the only way you get lost immediately. Now, he also has to worry, though, when he folds, what is the safest So tile? Because if he deals into Aikawa, the game continues. He's getting closer to Otsuka, making Otsuka's condition easier. And who knows how much value is in the dealer's hand. 5-pin Gembutsu.
Yeah. Gembutsu to Otsuka, but it wasn't super clear against Aikawa, which caused him for the pause.
I think that 5-pin was the one that came out immediately after Aikawa declared the chase Riichi.
Oh, you're right. So that was safe. And yeah, just decided to fold it out.
But not going to be an easy path here. Again, 2 players twice called. They're going to have a tough time against these Riichis. East goes through, though. 2-pin, not it.
God, it's so close.
Aikawa looking for the door indicator.
Okay, 1-pin passes. Trying to take a moment to count how many of the dangerous tiles are out there. Aikawa holding on to Osaka's dream of trying to get some sort of value and a win out of this hand.
Taira as well, never dropping the 6-pin. 7-pin, the other deal-in tile. Finished at the 3-pin, but 6-pin is where the real value lies.
How many tiles are left? Not that
many, surely.
I was trying to see like how many discards Taira had, and I guess he was considering, well, if I can somehow get this pin to drop, even though it's very scary, it gives me another guaranteed safe tile next round.
So we'll go through. Last draw for Otsuka. 2-mon passes. And Yamawaki just needs to get one more tile through. How's the 3-mon? Safer than anything else. And it goes through. 2 players Tempai. Otsuka reveals his absolute bomb. Aikawa reveals her Tempai as well. And both players will gain ground on their respective opponents. Direct competition.
Yeah. The points that Aikawa are getting are much more impactful in her situation than Otsuka. Otsuka, it doesn't matter if you're getting nickels and dimes. You need a banger of a band of a hand to try to do something. So we're just going to go again.
Yeah, he's basically in the exact same position as before. Needs a Baimon direct off of Taira. Aikawa, though, only 1,400 points away, and that's accomplished by just the Riichi sticks themselves. So she can aim for a faster hand here, and has the Green Dragon pair to do that.
Okay, 5 of bamboo, going to complete that 3-4 shape right out the gate. Feels good. Ooh, Yamawaki has a pair of their wind. That's super important for them. Might be able to call back, get a quick hand in, and just end this game in first.
It looks so nice as a standard hand. Not nice when you're going for a huge Baimon.
Yeah, Otsuka just needs to juice his hand a little more. I guess the only way that they could is try to just get more Dora. There's not much else I can see outside of that.
Maybe just force a flush in the Dora suit somehow. Or go with the 2-3-4 pin.
Yeah, we're just going to force a flush. Yeah, completely cut this 2-3-4 dot shape. It's the only way.
I'm very curious.
Playing to their outs.
Yeah, will Yamawaki open up? Remember, she opened up twice in the last hand, and that got her in a lot of trouble. But now you'd be opening up to fill your weak shapes and trying to go Atosuke on the north. Try to get the north later, potentially. And that is another vulnerable position, although the north tile should be at least a couple of safe tiles in case there's an Aikawa Riichi.
Yeah, I imagine Yamawaki is going to open up the chance that they get just to put fate into their own hands. You don't want to just sit back and just let the hands go by and, lose out on your first place because you were too passive.
Also hoping for better draws than these. We do have, of course, the green dragon pair. At least I
Yeah,
thought I
as I
saw
talk
one.
about my analogy, I realize also the fact that, well, El Sumo, specifically Aikawa, you're still going to be in first place because you are not dealer. And if Aikawa does win, you'll still get another shot at it. So you actually may be right. Yamawaki might not be so aggressive this time around. You could potentially do either.
Yeah, I personally like to be proactive in this spot, but and Yamawaki was proactive last hand too. Wow, back-to-back Kanchan fills. 2 pin for Yamawaki, 2 mon for Aikawa, and she goes 2 pin, 1 pin here, playing for better shape. And there we go, proactive chi, Diamond chi. So that will alert the table. You know, usually when you're calling like this, you're calling your weak shape unless you have your groups confirmed.
Yeah, still needs to get the triple of North to even have a Yaku to complete this hand. This is something that Jen was mentioning on a previous block that I was with her, is that the meta has shifted to where players will open up their hands without the Yaku and then just hope to get it later. There's a term for it. I don't remember the term.
Yeah, Otsuka is what
But
we
yeah,
use in
Atotsuke is
English, at
it's
least.
in vogue right now, apparently.
There's more specific names for the various types of ways you can open up ahead of time, but we'll see if it pans out. There's one step closer to Tenpai.
Yeah, really good pickup on that. 4 of dots completes that 4, 5, 6 dot sequence. And Otsuka is going to make a call to just try to hope for something.
Aikawa Tenpai now, waiting for that north. Can only win on the north. Yeah, this call, at the very least for Otsuka, confirms the Dora into the hand. He's just hoping to draw more of them, I guess.
Yeah, this may be a, well, you're probably not going to get out from this hole anyway. We're already super negative. Maybe this this negative 122 might, we need to make this a little better for potential tiebreakers. But I think they are the only team who are in the negatives in the 3 digits. So might be just too little anyway. Maybe he just wants to make the call to make it feel like he's actually playing the game.
I mean, that happens, right? Hasn't had many chances so far this game. Hold on a second, we've got a Tenpai. Aikawa Dama. That's interesting.
Yeah, I
Maybe
like it.
the weight thinning out here, 4 so 7 so actually not that live, and it's also Dora Suji.
Yeah, just you don't need a big win to get this first place going. So try to catch them sleeping. And yeah, it is going to be Dora. Very unlikely that anyone else will deal in.
Yeah, the weight is already
And
5 times visible, 4 times cut, once in hand.
East is going to be the drop from Taira.
Still Aikawa looking for the
One.
north. Have we seen any yet?
Yeah, I'm trying to look at the pond. I don't think
That pond is
so.
empty.
They're all in the dead. They're all on the wall still. I think we're going to take a minute on this 3 dot.
Just deciding whether the 3 or the 6 is safer, because Yamawaki could be Tenpai, of course.
Yeah, has to be really, really cautious of Yamawaki. Don't want to deal in and lose your opportunity to get up first place. Gonna drop the 6 of dots. Gonna keep the 3.
Yep. Half Suji to the 9 pin, but more importantly, more 7s were out, so it's harder to have a shape around that 6 pin.
It is wild. We are almost at the end and we have not seen any of the Norths. Don't tell me they're both in the dead wall.
We would see another draw if that was the case. Very likely, because the door is probably not coming out this late in the game. I think that was the last 4 so. Oh, there's a north.
Oh yeah, he sees the danger of it. It hasn't been played at all. Yeah, gonna drop the red dragon, hold on to this north. Yamawaki only has one tile available to close out this game.
Oh, but
And
Taira
there it
draws
is,
it.
just barely. Oh, he's gonna toss it.
Yeah, it's fair game for him to play it out here. And it will be the North to shut it down. North Dora 1 collects the Riichi sticks and the Honba. More importantly, confirms the victory for Yamawaki. Taira, of course, trying to end the game either by winning or any other means to make sure that Otsuka cannot catch up. And Yamawaki will take 3 points for the team. Aikawa 2 points in second place. Taira +1 for third. Otsuka not picking up anything for him.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaker for his team. They were already last place, and I believe down by 3 whole points. And that's just another game where they didn't make any progress. It's going to be very, very hard for them to make any sort of comeback to try get out of this cut line.
Yes, and well, we will get a chance to see what the standings look like after this game has come in. Of course, we saw before AMC Dental in the lead and only picking up 1 point for the team. Let's take a look at the results after the third game of the session, our first game today.
Oh, I'm definitely seeing some placement shifts. AMC Dental no longer top dog. DD Studio has taken over first place. The totals are tied, but the earned points, the tiebreaker, is in DD Studio's favor. We were mentioning before that the points that they get in the score or in the games don't matter towards the first tiebreak or the first score, but it is the tiebreaker, and we are seeing it in effect right here for the first and second.
Yeah, DD Studio has been near the top of the, division every single session. They've never really fallen so too far below. In fact, I believe after the first session they were even the number 1 team. So it is not surprising to see them near the top, but it's a tie, and it's really important to see who gets that top spot. You advance directly into the finals. You definitely want to be top seed, and they're starting to pull away now. A 3-point gap from first and second place down to third, even though team number 9 did pick up 3 points in the last round, the maximum number of points. So perhaps we'll see DD Studio and AMC Dental pulling away.
Yeah, very close on their tail. Honestly, between these 4 teams, first and fourth, any one of them could end up on the first place spot. But as we look at the very bottom of the standings, All Sirius taking another 0 here. Big negative, big points behind. They need to get a first and a second just to tie with real partner. And so they need multiple possessions with 3-pointers to just even have a shot.
Right, and
getting out of the cut.
That analogy is very good because it's reminiscent of the end of a basketball game where you're fouling the other team, they're making free throws, getting 1 or 2 points at a time, and you're throwing up threes, trying to catch up. Yeah, and it's analogous because that's 5 points. Real partner still has games to play; they can still pick up points. It's only a tie with a first and a second if real partner goes 4-4. So it's definitely going to be a battle to come back, and I think if we see more from All Sirius in the next set of games, it will definitely be more aggressive fighting from the team.
All right then, and before we jump into the next game that we have lined up for you, I am going to be jumping off the commentary bench here and handing it off to a fellow DC Riichi Mahjong alum. We have Harrison here.
Oh, let me tell you, excited. Not that you're stepping off, but to watch these games because, oh my goodness, it doesn't even matter. Like, I'm watching a game, I'm just hanging out, I'm commentating. Crazy games all the time. What was that? So many high stakes. I was only able to catch part of it too. Am I gonna last today? Do I need to get some heart medicine if we have 2 more of these?
What was the story of that game? It had to be the fight between Yamawaki and Aikawa.
Yeah, them just constantly jockeying for positions, but also keeping in mind Okawa just needing to get the biggest haymaker they possibly could.
Yeah, it's every time Aikawa would pull ahead, start off the game with back-to-back wins on Once Cut Dragons, and then it got to Yamawaki's dealership, Hanuman Sumo, 18,000 points, she takes the lead. Aikawa comes back with more wins, pulls into the lead, even gets a large lead. Yamawaki's dealership, 18,000 points again, takes over. And Aikawa made a valiant effort to overtake in the end, actually got Tempai for a hand that would have pulled back into first place, but it was cut short by Yamawaki, a shutdown hand. So fantastic action, monster hands. We had a Baimon Tempai that didn't come to fruition. Could have been quite impactful, and hopefully we see more of that in game number 2 of the day, game number 4 of this 5-game session.
Yeah, just before I jump off here, I'm going to take my one observation from this from this game is if you want to be one of the best players, you need to draw your good tiles.
Words
it does just work. No pro is going to argue that if you draw the best tiles, then, you know, you're going to be bad at the game or that you're not going to do well, right?
All right. Well, thanks so much, Curly. Harrison, are you ready to take a look at the players for game number 2 of the day?
As ready as I can be, I'll tell you. I don't know if I can fully ever be ready for what we're about to witness, but I'm going to try, tell you what.
All right. Looks like AMC Dental is indeed our feature table, our featured team for this session. And we have, once again, AMC Dental taking the lead here in the dealer seat. Shota Akutsu will be our first dealer. In the south seat, Toshiyuki Tomozoe. We saw him before in the very first session. If you want to go back and rewatch, he had an incredible game in session 1 in the VODs. Check it out on the World Riichi YouTube channel. In the west seat, Aoi Yoshida, or Team Northland. And in the north seat, Misaki Hayashi. And it's going to be a great battle, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
Take just a moment for us to populate the game. But as we transition, we get an immediate look at our one of our favorite players. He's so much fun to watch. He has such a fantastic play style for a broadcast table. We will see Shota Akutsu, our first dealer. AMC Dental in second place right now. Tomozoe will be in south seat. Yoshida and Hayashi rounding it out. Got team uniforms for everyone.
Yeah, very, very fun. Especially for Tomozoe. Just very flashy, I would say.
So open things up. 9 Sodora looks like relatively average high pie. Chun pair up, Red Dragon pair up immediately for Tomozoe. No Dora in hand though. Relatively cheap looking hand. Yoshida 1 Dora. No completed shapes though. That Dora hard to use. It's a terminal tile. And Hayashi in the north seat. This looks like the strongest looking initial set of tiles towards a Riichi Pipu, potentially Tanya.
Yeah, I agree. It really looks like Hayashi's got the initiative to be first to the table. Interesting decision for Tomozoe here. Opts to cut the 9 mon, trim down that Manzu shape. Going to be maybe going towards more of the efficient route than trying for any greedy like Honitsus or sort of Chitoi angles. Fishing for some of those draws.
Yeah, we can see as the players start to build their hands in the overlay at the bottom, the point standing for each of these teams. Remember, of course, 42 is the high water mark. The lower end is in the 20s. So the rest of these teams are relatively in the middle. And so really impactful games here in terms of overcoming gaps in the standings.
Yeah, especially if AMC Dental takes a fourth, and for instance, Tomozoe's team takes a first, then I mean they're basically neck and neck. They play one more time and they could end up passing, right? Same for Yoshida and Hayashi's teams.
Absolutely. So we do have progress being made. This one pin not particularly impactful, but I believe Tomozoe is playing for a Chitoi now with that 5 on cut.
All those pairs and just decided, you know what, this is the way the hand is going to be. Can't go against it. Might as well build towards it.
I did enjoy hearing Curly talk about his appreciation of Chitoi. I know you have a different perspective for the 7 pairs hand.
I'm learning to appreciate it more. It's maybe the best tech hand, I will say.
Yeah, it really has its place here, and it's really interesting to see when players make that commitment. A lot of players will just start with a standard hand and find their way going to Chitoi, but there are a couple pros out there who will just spot the opportunity to play for that immediately, to spot maybe the hand as a defensive resource early on, or have a good sense of what tiles are likely to be live in the wall, and realize that they can actually play for pairs with the tiles that they have in their hand.
Yeah, although unfortunately for Tomozoe, it looks like Yoshida is going to be hypothetically the first one to find Tenpai. She's got a fantastic Ishanten. Ton of tiles in order to get Tenpai. It's kind of stuck right now, but again, pretty much any Tenpai there is going to be very, very strong. Akutsu in the dealer seat as well is just picking up shape at a breakneck pace and really starting to make the push to find Tenpai and threaten a dealer reach on the board.
Yeah, and of course,
it almost looks like Hayashi and Tomozoe are going to be a little too slow with the rest of the draws that are getting picked up.
8's a little bit awkward because the 9 shows in the discard, so potential Furi 10 for Akutsu. I will say, as the dealer, you do want to slam a Riichi for that value proposition, but now that we're mid-second row, I suspect he's going to open up if he gets a chance to just try to repeat.
Yeah, I think Akutsu is definitely going to try and go for it. The shape's not quite there to do so, but especially with that 1-mon cut there, looks like a building towards Tanyo. Just going to try and make any call, increase Shanten any way possible. Repeat his dealer, try again for next round.
3-mon preemptively here from Akutsu, not holding the efficiency, and that will get a pawn out of Akutsu. Sorry, that was Hayashi who had discarded the 3-mon.
Akutsu still Ishanten though. Not close enough just yet.
Trip it. Well, that gives Tomozoe options to get back into a standard hand with a Chunpon. There is one left once discarded.
Thinking about this 7, Yoshida is going to end up playing it. I believe she's a little bit hesitant seeing the dealer make some movement on the board, as well as Hayashi's pawn is no Manzu. We do also find Akutsu finding Tenpai on 3-6 pin, which unknowingly with Tomozoe's wall of 4 pins is going to be very loose in people's hands. Although 3-pin pair, it seems like Hayashi's found a way to play them.
And yeah, pawn into Ishaten. We'll look for that Chun and at least try to beat Tenpai if this goes to a draw. Incredible Yoshida has not been able to find Tenpai despite having a relatively strong Ishanten here.
Oh, yeah. And now this late with the Dora might pose a problem. That being said, it doesn't even matter. Akutsu going to draw the 6-pin. Collects very small amount, should be 500 all. But again, that dealer repeat worth much more than the 1,500 points Akutsu just gained.
Absolutely. And as we talked about, would have definitely preferred to slam a Riichi, but repeat important to the rest of the table. You know, you lose 500 points, but it's basically a reroll.
No biggie. Yeah, I do want to point out to or talk back on Tomozoe. I really, really love the pawn there that they were willing to make to chase Tenpai and be aggressive. I feel like a lot of the time players with Chitoi tend to just kind of back up later in the hand and fold out if it doesn't look like it's coming or they want to be, more passive. And it feels really rare you see players willing to take a pawn, maybe risk a little and try to fight back in a Tenpai without hitting your Chitoi pairs. Oh, and a great Ishan 10, I believe, for Akutsu. So it's looking like it is going to be dealer Riichi Slam very, very soon now.
I'm
Yoshida
eager.
and Hayashi's hand a little bit slow too.
Yeah, 9 so 8 so. Gonna back away here.
Okay.
It's early enough that he can play for better shapes.
Mhm.
Penchon a little awkward.
Yep. Says even if I get Tenpai on this, not in love with the weight. So this is a good tile I can back up on. I still have a great chance to hop back into Ishan 10, and any end weight off of this is likely to be much better than that 8-9 that I was waiting on.
Draw, discard a dragon, draw the dragon back. Classic Mahjong move.
Yeah.
Nice pair
Oh,
up.
and a
Hayashi
Tuma.
could play for Tanyao.
Could play for Tanya. I mean, also a Cheeto, I believe that was pair 4.
Yeah,
It was either pair 3 or 4, something to think about as the hand builds.
not in the forefront of the head, but definitely in there somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I want small improvement here for Yoshida. Yeah, preemptive 4-pin. A couple times now we've seen preemptive cuts.
Oh, and we get that was Tenpai, right? For Akutsu?
I
Or
didn't
was that still Ishanten?
have a good look at it. I thought it was Ishanten, but you know what? If it is Tenpai, it's on
Might
the
be
Con
Ishanten.
8 pin, because I know that shape is incomplete. There, speaking of
Okay, well,
eights,
it still need the 5-mon too. So
we
then
should play the
not
Dora
quite.
rather than for the Tanyao.
Okay.
Yeah, Ishanten.
Okay, so
here.
Ishanten. But again, very good shape. Looking strong.
And even if the shape isn't that strong, still slamming a
Mhm.
Riichi's dealer can be really impactful, especially when the Dora is a hard-to-use terminal tile.
Any player that keeps it to kind of fish value is going to have to think twice with dealer Riichi on the table about dropping it.
You know, I was looking at Hayashi's hand and wondering why she chose to play for the 9-mon shape, the Dora, rather than for the Tanyao, because it looks like it'll be hard to get anything other than Tanyao here. And hard for any of these Tanyao looking shapes to turn into one that uses a terminal. And I think the reason for that is, you know, with the equivalence of
Chitoi
value.
backup?
Yeah, the Chitoi backup. If you draw a second Dora, you might choose to play Chitoi.
Mm-hmm.
You do.
Said, well, Riichi hits the table, second Dora, I'm not dropping it. What hand uses Dora pair without backing up my hand? Chitoi.
Yeah,
It's gotta be, it's gotta be.
The loss here is that you can no longer call so easily to get into Tenpai, but that's the sacrifice she's willing to make for the potential huge Dora bonus.
Mm-hmm. Yoshida's been really struggling to get this hand going. Doing her best, but just with the tiles given, shapes are just not coming together. It was a rough high pie, and I think Yoshida, more than anything, is just surprised that nobody's threatened her off into folding yet.
Ooh.
And there it might be Akutsu Riichi. Did you see what the weight was?
Yeah,
5-mon?
5-8 mon. He was originally on the 4-6 mon shape. He drew the 7-mon upgrade, and then drew the 6-pin to Tenpai. Would have been Sanchoku Tenpai on the 5-mon, but because of the upgrade, instead is given the wider weight, which is okay too.
Yeah, I mean, again, we just talked about dealer calling to repeat. So even though a little less value, you get more points anyways, dealer, and better, higher odds that you hit your repeat, right? It's 2-pin, yeah. And it looks like this dealer Riichi is just going to push everybody off. Hayashi's hands falling back a bit. Yoshida is looking for a reason to get out. Oh, but Tomozoe wants to fight 3-6-pin Tenpai.
That's a safe entry.
Says fortune favors the bolds. Hasn't had to drop too many scary tiles. We'll see if we draw one, if we're still willing to push against, or whether we'll back up.
Most of the 3-6-pin, half of them at least, held by Akutsu. Dora?
Oh, and Dora shoved. Tomozoe is going for it.
This is why we love to watch Tomozoe play.
Oh.
He has absolutely no fear.
And confident, too. Saw the Dora, not even a second thought. Said, don't care. I'm getting this.
Honestly, if I'm the dealer and I see that Dora come out, I'm scared. What do you have in that hand?
Yeah, right? You're going to confidently shove a Dora? Half second of thought?
Crazy Chinitsu? Like, there's a chi, not even a opponent for Toy Toy. Is there some Yakumon missing? Daisangan's not possible. But in the end, it's just a Tenpai. Good weight Tenpai. Tanya only. Against dealer.
If it wins, it wins. Problem is 3-6 pin is rough. Oh, and 7 so, interestingly enough, is going to be the tank from Tomozoe. Maybe looking at the board and how scarce of a tile it is in the dealer pond, especially with that 9 into 8 so. Perhaps thinking it's a 9-8-5-6 shape where 9-8 was cut and feeling the 7 might be a bit dangerous. And especially with the 2 so thrown out in safety and backing up that pair says, okay,
hang on a second.
I'll throw the door out. Let's not get crazy.
This is door 2. This is Tenpai for Yoshida. And she's going to chase the Riichi.
Going to play Genbutsu Slam.
3 so 9-mon, where the 9-mon Dora just came out. This was Ishanten from Hayashi, but that 7-mon might be too hard now.
And now we see a chase and we go, huh, that's weird. 2 so no longer safe. Now what do I do?
Yeah, really going to have to contemplate this one. This is where you're really happy when you're playing over the board and not online. I'm so used to getting stuck in this spot where you've already spent some time defending, then a second Riichi comes out and you have no time to work it out. Hayashi.
Oh, the 3 so comes out from Akutsu Epots.
Oh, it's a
Riichi
Mangan.
Epots store 2. Oh my goodness.
He definitely had the advantage, but Yoshida with the Dora pair up slams the chase. The 3 so comes out immediately. Worst weight wins.
And Yoshida with the weakest hand, the furthest from anything for pretty much that entire hand, able to get there by the end, throw up the stick, and rewarded in spades.
Incredible stuff. And so Akutsu will forego that early lead. It will shift the dealership now to Tomozoe. East Dora. Exciting.
Oh boy, 1 in the hand too. This could be something. Although Yaku high pair from Yoshida. Oh my, wait a second.
Ishanten.
Okay, I was like, wait, hold on. These are all sticking together.
Yamen Ishanten from Haipai. Drew the 3-mon to confirm the shape. 1, 2, 3-mon locked in. This might be a very short hand.
Weird hot surprise. We'll see.
It doesn't really have the value because the green dragon is the pair. So just Riichi only if she gets there, but I mean, it is Tenpai.
Are we gonna take it? And yep, said good quick win. I'm in the lead. I get to knock Tomozoe off dealership. I'm about it. We take those.
You're open for something like Reach Sumo Ura. 4,000 points. And if you get the 5 pin, it's the Ura. Riichi, Ippat Sumo Ura-san Hanemon. You can dream.
Just always hit the max. Oh, Tomozoe has a big hit, though. Fills in a Kanchan, Ipats. Shoves the Genbutsu 3 so. That wasn't the firmest in the hands.
At least he had a safe tile to get out there on Ippat's turn. And now he can fight for it.
Oh, and with that 4 pin, Tomozoe is fighting. Oh my goodness, Ishanten.
Did you just feel Kanchan?
Yeah.
That 3, 5, 6, 8 pin shape is so rough. He just filled them both. Okay, it wasn't quite 6, 8, but pulls a Yamen and fills a Kanchan.
Double ground in Ishanten. The thing is, Tomozoe is going to have to throw the scariest tile, I would imagine, on board this East. Yes, it is a turn 3 Riichi, but that means it could be on pretty much anything.
Which is not unlikely.
Yeah. I think the stat is what, like 50% almost of double Riichis are on Chitoi? Right?
Or at least like a Tonki weight, something like that.
Yeah.
Chitoi
so
makes up for a lot of that.
Very possible. Very possible that we had a floating East. We kept it 2 turns and then said, you know what? I'm first on the board. Why not? Right?
Look, Tomozoe jammed a 9-mon Dora against a dealer Riichi. Yoshida isn't even the dealer. How bad could it be?
Oh, and the 7 pin. Now we have an efficiency decision and we shove. Oh my goodness.
Says, I'm fighting for this anyway. Why not try it? What could, if I deal in, then I was always going to deal in.
I mean, I hate to assign Yoshida as the main, or excuse me, Tomozoe as the main character to the table, especially with Yoshida in Riichi and having won that awesome last hand. But man, how can you watch Tomozoe do plays like that and just not think that's the guy to watch?
Can he pull off the win, though? Still
That's the
Ishanten.
tricky part. Two players folding too, so it's pretty much going to be head to head if Tomozoe finds Tenpai. And I mean, especially his dealer, if he reaches and the two other players, Hayashi and Akutsu, have to defend, they're always going to defend against Tomozoe instead of Yoshida.
Oh, Tenpai.
And speaking of, Riichi 2-5 just came out. Didn't even want a Dama fish for Genbutsu or anything. Just says, I want the value.
That early
Head to head, let's run it.
Yeah, with the early 3-so from Tomozoe, the 2-so might be seen as a relatively safe tile.
Mm-hmm.
If you're out of other
A
options.
little bit of a Sotagawa.
Ichitanya Pinhu. We're so safe. Yoshida must be
do
thinking,
it.
how have I gotten chased down by the dealer who threw the door against me? And I still haven't won yet. I've been Tenpai since turn 3. Otsuka!
Oh, with the 5! Ritsumo, Pinfu, Tanyao.
No Ura, but that's going to be the 26 all. Tomozoe will take the lead.
And the stick on the board keeps dealership huge momentum play.
I have to say, this the first time I saw him play in the Saikyosen Team Battle, it was he was just as proactive, took fight after fight, and kept losing the fights. The 50-50s were not going his way, and then in one of his last hands, he pulls off this miraculous Chitoi Tsumo to steal it away in the end. His patience, his fighting spirit rewarded. He's getting paid off early this time. Nice Tsumo. Looking at the high pie for the next set of hands, decent for Tomozoe, decent for Yoshida. Early call from Akutsu.
Akutsu. Yeah, interesting. I think I had double Yaku high, but the rest of the hand, not the most put together. I feel like a lot of these players will, without like a well enough shaped hand, be a little bit more hesitant to call. So I am very surprised to see Akutsu just say, you know what, let's run it.
I don't know if I missaw it. It looked like Hayashi spent an extra second or two to see if she would get a draw. Akutsu called the first one away. Oh, West Pole? No, we'll let it go.
Oh, okay. We'll let the first West go. Don't want to give away too much of our hands. We at least want a little bit of safety. And with Tomozoe looking like shape is filling up quick, just like last hand, cannot blame Akutsu. Looks like a good read.
We'll see if Sotao's come to hand. Yeah, we're going to move in the direction of a flush.
Yeah, I would think almost has to. Maybe if you get the 5 bond pair, you keep that, but such a strong argument for Honitsu, especially with the value it provides.
Yoshida has made some nice consecutive central tiles. Could see a pon here. We'll let it go.
And with the South, just gets chucked right out, says, I don't need it.
Yeah, she had a pon for Tenpai, but decided to decline.
With the not so great end weight. Very understandable. Did not like the 4-pin Kanchan, especially with one on the board as well.
Yeah, although Akutsu isn't really making a secret about the flush, so there is the possibility that, she could rely on the 6-pin coming out of his hand.
It's fair.
But it's only 2,000 points, so she's probably looking for something more at this point in the game. Oh, big draw.
Gosh. Oh, huge. Ishanten with the floating 7, if I read the shape correctly.
I believe it's got a 7, 8, 9, and a 5, 6, 7. So it might be
Thought he had
Tonki Tenpai on the
7.
south. We'll get a look.
You might be right. I mean,
Oh, no,
everyone
it can't be Tonki
else,
because he has
I
both
think
pairs, so
Ishanten.
still Ishanten with 2 honor tiles.
Okay, never mind. So are you looking to pair up either one? If West is called too, I'd imagine it'll get taken. Tonki following it.
I forgot he hadn't called the West the first time, but now Yoshida had a little bit of trouble because she's holding on to a West. And if he finds that pair up early enough of the South, or oh, never mind, we'll call Chi instead. It's slightly different. Ishanten a little wider.
Yep.
Tomozoe with Dora 2, but awkward shapes.
Yeah, gonna struggle to get 2 Tempai and shove a reach. And again, even with this one, needs to on the board, going to have to show some bravery in order to challenge up to it. I mean, if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Tomozoe, though. Hayashi draws that floating 3-so too and just cannot justify the push. Very understandable, and that is going to hold her up.
Tempai on 5-so for Akutsu. Yeah, Hayashi, I was thinking she might challenge the 3-so if she gets Tempai, but now pairs up the 3-so.
Ooh, and now, funny enough, you know, it might happen. I could see 8-pin coming out.
You might not be wrong. That is the safe way to go about this.
I mean, it's either that or you have to end on a 3-so, 9-so weight, I would think. And sort of hedging different angles by doing the 4. It can still get the Chitoi Tempai.
You know what that
still
hedge
play
is?
a normal hand.
The hedge is Suanko.
That's that too.
It's
that
not
could come.
impossible.
It's gonna be tough with the Honitsu's held, but I think Tomozoe just also was that a 2-mon dump or a 3-mon dump?
A 2-mon out, so he's holding pairs as well.
Yeah, potentially building in that backup. West will come out, and we'll take that. I'd imagine 4-so drop too. Just take the wider 6-9. No Beitan, completely correct. Tempai now on that, little bit of an improvement, getting late in the round, and looks pretty good in the wall too. I think still 2 9-sos. Oh, no, never mind. Hayashi's got him up. Forgot about that part.
4-so still, and you know what? If Hayashi had gone for the value play, the Tanyao, cutting 9-so, 9-so, she would have been caught in between that pair cut.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that's
Is that dealer Tempai on Amon?
Yeah, Chitoi Tempai. Surprise Chitoi, the way to get out of the trouble. Here's another Tempai. Cutting the 8-pin for the 5-mon, theoretically.
Or cutting the 5-mon for 3-so, 9-so, also gets Ipeiko on it.
Yeah, 2 different...
Could even potentially cut the 5-mon, try to Ron 3 or 9, and then if you draw a better tile, drop the 8-pin.
Oh, Riichi on the 5-mon. She says, I know you can't use any Monzu. If you draw it here, it's Ipatsu. It'll be safe.
1 5-mon, I think, already on the board, too.
Twice held by Tomozoe. If that's the case, there's no tiles left in the wall. You're right, 1 5-mon out, so Hayashi drawing dead needs to not draw so tiles. Oh.
So, Gambutsu.
1-pin Anko. Now, the same option posed to Tomozoe. He'll stick with the Chitoi, though.
Mm-hmm.
He had that same choice for Ipeiko and a Shampoo weight. Oh,
yeah, maybe.
Again. 2 pairs discarded now post Tempai.
Six spawn out. There's a lot of 4s. There's 1 5. I think there's 2 6s on the board now. May trip it up. We may even see a switch here from Akutsu. Surely valuing whether the 3-pin will pass or the Gembutsu 6-so is just going to be the tile to push, and opts for the safe route, doesn't think the win is in the books, has a good read, and decides to drop the 6.
Yeah, it's tough because he's fighting for 3,900, or if he sumos 5,200. But it's so late, the odds of getting the win are reduced.
And the 8-mon comes out. Tomozoe's going to run Chitoi Dora 2.
Oh my goodness, 9,600 point roll Dama. Surprise, I was Chitoi 2.
Stoic, no face, said, knew it was coming.
Tomozoe, truly an aura meant to be broadcasted. 49,200 points, still the dealer, 2 Honba now. Hayashi, no choice there but to cut it while in Riichi.
And what a great high pie for Tomozoe. Oh my goodness. The shape is just amazing on this.
This time not door 2, though.
It's true.
Lots of central tiles. Yoshida?
Little
Outside
clunky,
tiles,
but it
maybe a flush?
looks... Yeah, it looks like they were building it with the Sozu from that first 8-mon cut.
Yeah, she might try to come back in this with the Riichi, given the triplet of White Dragon that we'll see in a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Penchum,
Yeah,
though, a
good
little bit
shape
stuck.
surrounding too. That's true. You only need to fill one in though.
Right?
You fill one in first, and then you can cut the other one.
E-Pegel? No.
Interesting decision,
Wider
but doesn't
shapes.
want it. I think also with the floating 4-pin, you can play that 6-pin easier.
Absolutely.
So Tomozoe is not necessarily married to the E-Peiko side. Probably wants the higher side more often.
Tempai quickly
Ooh.
from Akutsu. 2-pin is the weight. Tempai as well from Tomozoe.
Door 1 Tomozoe, Dama 2.
Again, jamming out a 4-pin on Ippatsu turn, close to the Dora.
Yeah, it doesn't like the 6-mon. Oof.
I guess this time it was the Ippeko.
Yeah, but it makes sense. You know, the stats say can't do that one. Now, I am curious if a 4-mon is drawn, if we are going to drop 7-mon and switch to that as Tomozoe.
Seems like it might even see
Riichi
Riichi.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah. The 8-mon looks fantastic here. If you draw 8-mon, 6-9-mon, looks super good.
Yeah, the problem is the 9-mons come out 3
Although
times
now
now.
with 3 times, yeah, it's getting a little late.
Might even 7-mon and 5-mon here.
It's just tempting. You get the E2 draws, just a very strong shape. You even have like an 8-pin pawn into the extended Nobeton 258 weight too. A lot of options.
Yeah, 5-mon is Nakatsuji here, so I'll go 7 first.
Yeah, a lot of upper Manzu done, passes, and playing that Ishanten. 4-pin, a little bit of advancement for Hayashi.
Another 4-pin out. So these lower pin tiles are starting to become blocked a little bit. All 4 of the ones. So here, Yoshida.
Hayashi still holding on to these Haku, trying to play a hand, but yep. Doesn't like the, I believe, Shonpai North. And says, you know what, there's too much difficulty in playing this hand. I'm just going to back away. I'm going to play safe.
Yeah, what seemed to be such a promising offensive triplet will now become a defensive triplet. Oh, 2-pin. 5-mon could come out first, but now there's some trouble.
There are some Furitan problems. Quite a lot in that Pinzu shape. There is also more draws in the Senpai, though. So a bit of a double-edged sword.
It does feel like that 2-pin is almost obligated to come out at this point for Tomozoe. Yeah. He sees the one chance. It does deal in, though. Riichi, Dora 1, no Ura. 2,600 plus Honba, 3,200. Grabs the stick as well. And if you think about all the fights that Tomozoe has taken, he
not bad to lose one.
7,800. He won 9,600, and he dealt into 3,200. I would say that's a win.
If you're going out stats, if you're going to the long game, then definitely in the long run, Tomozoe at this plate or at this rate is going to have a like 70, 80K game, right? Something like that.
First dealership passes on to Yoshida, who has the Haku pair this time. Door in hand. Okay shapes. Nothing complete, though. 2 completed shapes, though, for Hayashi. She is looking extremely quick here.
And Sanshoku chance with the 6-7-8. It could be devastating. I believe Tanya on top of it as well. Oh my goodness, but even Tomozoe's hand looked very put together. Very, very strong
Oh,
central
but it's
shapes.
already Tempai. Turn 2.
Oh, yeah.
Hayashi. Aye.
Reach Pinfu on the 6-9, so not guaranteed to be Tanyao, but a chance. I mean, guaranteed for value because it's either Tanyao 6-0 or Dora 9-0.
And could be Ipatsumo 6-9. So misses. So it's gonna be tricky to get around here because of course 9-0 being the Dora, 6-0 being Dora Suji. Really juicy tile to hold on to. She will be relying on Sumo most likely in this hand, but she's drawn fantastic tiles up to this point.
Yeah, kind of forcing everybody to keep playing defensive as much as possible.
As much as you can on turn 2.
Yeah.
But yes. Tomozoe has already shown that he doesn't have that much fear against a turn 2 Riichi, or honestly any Riichi.
Yeah, and I mean, Tomozoe is like, what am I going to do? I don't have safe tiles, so
he's
might as well do it. Even Akutsu.
Akutsu as well.
Yeah, seems to be pushing against it, playing aggressive.
As you said, what are you going to do? There's almost no indication of what's safe, and he's also Shoten.
And waits for Tomozoe and I believe Akutsu are going to be clunky, though. I believe both Kanchan or Pinchan. Oh, we do have the 1-4, so that might be a good end weight for Akutsu. Now we upgraded, kept in a 4-so. That is going to help out Tomozoe's hand.
Yeah, feels like he's got a really clear path to Tempai. No chance to call just yet, but he can pull in 6-pin and another, I believe, so tile for a Tempai. Tanya. Oh, big.
Oh, huge fill-in. Riichi on 1-4. So, and notably, I think there is 1 6-so left in the wall and 3 of the 9-so. So actually, a decent amount of tiles left for Hayashi. Which, speak of the devil, Ron on the 9, another Riichi had to force it out. Reach Pinfu Dora.
3,900 advances us quickly off of Yoshida's dealership. The gap now between Akutsu and Hayashi close, but Hayashi with the advantage at this moment.
Hayashi still having a dealership left too. Very, very relevant. Or at least still having another dealership over Akutsu, I should say.
That's right. She gets her first time in the dealer seat in this round. And 2-so Dora holding a Dora connector in the form of a 3-so in hand. Nice pin block. A few otter tiles that can filter out. Overall, pretty average high pie. Gonna draw efficiently towards Riichi, hopefully Pinshu.
Oh my goodness, what a heater.
Wait,
Akutsu's hand is insane. Tomozoe is not too bad either.
I feel like in the last game, we saw a lot of players slowly building their value. And in this game, the hands are just coming fast and furious.
It's lightning quick. Yeah, maybe not the most expensive, but man, just fast, snappy. I guess the first 2 hands of this game, I think, were a little bit slower and more patient. But especially with high pies, oh my goodness. I feel like one player has been Ishanten or good Ryanshanten every round. At least one player.
And we already see Akutsu calling the Green Dragon for a Kutsuki Ishanten. Sticky went away. Just needs to stick something onto that Mon tile, or it was a 4 Mon, or the 7-so. Can switch that out to the sticky 5-pin. Both tiles about the same usefulness. Not good blocks, just throws one of the penchants back.
Yeah. Ends up helping Akutsu, though. We are now Tempai.
Yeah, that
Looking at 5 pin.
demonstrates the usefulness of the 5-pin over the 4-mon, though. When you pull and you get a 2-sided weight.
Mhm. Seven, so really interesting hand from Tomozoe. Maybe could drop from the 2-4 so.
The problem is
4-so also safe.
Dora.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's not an easy choice
Just
there.
throw
He'll
the
just
seven.
throw the 7 back. The other thing he has to be concerned about is 2 calls now from Akutsu, and the question is, well, how much value do you have to back that up? Is it just Hatsu only? Is there a Dora pair? Is it a Toy? I can't remember.
Anko or Toy, yeah, something
both
weird.
Polens, so could
be a
Toy.
Honitsu too.
Yeah, a lot of options.
As well.
Well, that's Ishanten now, or Tomozoe, so that definitely clears things up a bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Yoshida have been building the hand up a little bit. Still not quite there. Hayashi too, much of the same. Still needs some more shapes to fill in before they can start to threaten Akutsu.
Ooh, that wasn't the draw I was expecting, but that helps.
That's a Shoten. We'll take it.
The problem is Yoshida.
Speaking of, 8-mon fill-in, very good. We can now go Ishanten striking distance. The problem is we see this tank on the Shun because, again, the player is like Honitsu, very, very possible here.
Yeah, I feel...
Ends up passing his push.
What
oh my goodness.
way do you want to go? 4-5-mon or 7-8 pin? Probably 5-4, right? Because you're worried about the flush a little bit.
Perfect read from the looks of it. Tomozoe dropping the 5. Yoshida even finding a chance, cuts it there as well.
Dora.
Oh, that's a little awkward. Has to back up and play headless.
Karakiri 8-mon from Akutsu. Little mind games happening. He says, hey,
and everyone's going,
I had an 8-mon in my hand, so it wasn't a flush. Trust me, you can drop the pin tiles, they're safe.
I said, don't worry, guys. It's okay. See? 8-mon in hand, we're good.
It's just a cheap hand. Trust. Oh, Tenpai. And it's the good one,
it's
too.
The slam. Deech Dora, 6-9 pin, 6-pin, also Tanya. And speaking of, Ishanten hit found for Yoshida, but we're a little bit scared. We're going to back up, play the Genbutsu 1-mon, or at least the very safe 1-mon. I think there technically was a hell weight on the board.
No tile is good here, so I think he... it's next to Dora. Like, normally you just jam the 3-so here, but... Okay,
I mean, 5-pin doesn't look the worst, too.
If the 3-so deals into a diamond weight, it's not a Dora shape, so you could justify that as an argument to drop it.
Maybe. Could have been the exact logic. It passed, too. But the Ippatsumo Mangan minimum. Use for fun. Don't need it.
Wow, Tomozoe charging ahead in this game. Up to 53,000 points now with that Mangan Sumo. And Hayashi, who had just pulled a little bit ahead from Akutsu, finds herself 2,000 points closer. Still with an advantage here, but only 1,000 points separating the two of them for 3rd and 4th place. Akutsu now will come back to his dealership here in the South round. See.
Yeah, now we're, especially in the South, we're starting to see these kind of targets getting marked on people for conditions. Like Akutsu and Hayashi seem to be matching up. Tomozoe, again, has a ton of room, although with how Tomozoe's played, might not even decide to play passive for the rest of the game, might still just go charging ahead. And Yoshida, might just want to keep the distance from Hayashi and Akutsu. I think at least for this hand, everyone will play pretty normal, but starting next hand, I think conditions are going to start to be in the forefront of the players' minds.
Hakupom. Also back up south in hand. Dora held as well.
Yeah, Dora floating, though, it's going to be hard to use, much like Tomozoe's slower hand with the floating Dora. Yoshida can at least put the Dora with a 1-3-5, but man, shape's not quite there. And we see Hayashi South Mochi with dealer Akutsu.
That's not a problem for Akutsu because he already has the
Yes.
Haku, but Hayashi might be restricted a little bit here. I mean,
Especially if Hayashi wants to go Atazuke, play a little bit aggressive, wait on that stealth. It is never going to come.
yeah, I should, to be fair, Akutsu probably
Mhm.
going to be restricted as well because with all the pairs in hand, he's really relying on Pon to happen, and he would
Yeah.
expect, hopefully, to see the South. That's just not going to happen anytime soon.
Ooh. 5-pin pair. Found going to be Yoshida. Trying to build some value into the hand, although the shape's a little weird.
Look at this 9-pin, 9-pin.
Oh, that feels like an indicator drop to me. I don't know about you, Nate, but that almost looks like we're going towards Honitsu, don't you think?
Yeah, this is a really cool hedge. If he connects to the Dora, okay, I'll call my Yakuhai Dora. But if he draws more Zozu, it will be the flush. So it's going to be a value play either way.
And speaking of, we're going to chi the 7. Not committed just yet. We still have one more 9-pin, but tell you what, a 7-so or an East comes into that hand looks great.
7-so
That's
comes
Tempai.
out. No pawn for Yoshida sadly cannot justify it with these tiles. There's no tateniu available.
Shapes aren't good. I believe that was Tempai, right? For
I do
Tomozoe?
believe so. I maybe he wanted to make sure the 5-pin would pass. Maybe he just doesn't need to Riichi anymore because he has such a big lead.
I mean, I would normally say, oh, you have a big lead, just, take the Dama, play the win rate, but Tomozoe is flashy. I mean, could be fishing for the Itsu as well. It is furry 10 on that one, so, but yeah, maybe debating on the Riichi there with like a Karagiri 7, throwing the one from hand, trying to fish people away, but
Here's another
still keeps the
consideration
Dama.
for you to mull over. Remember that 9-pin, 9-pin? From his perspective, he's seen 8-pin, 9-pin, 9-pin from the dealer. Maybe he believes the dealer could be making a late ship to Honitsu, and if so, he doesn't want to be held vulnerable.
Yeah, that could be very true. With that position in first place as well, very, very reasonable play.
Also, the way he called the 7-so chi, grabbing a tile from inside the hand and outside the hand, indicates he had more tiles in that area, that upper sozu. So you remember there that the lower so tile was discarded, the 2-so, but there was another tile in the upper portion. It did get discarded later. The 8-so did come out. So that might not necessarily be a tell.
And as we'll see coming up, ooh, good fill in for Yoshida, as we'll see with Hayashi's hand too. She found the 4th pair and decided to drop away from the 9 mod. Doesn't like some of the tiles that have to get pushed, so decided to back up and play slower chi toy.
Yeah, dealer really
Prioritizing safety.
posing a threat here. Should be respected.
Yeah, we even see Yoshida holding on to like that east, and I believe it was a west in hand, kind of scared of Honitsu approval tiles. Oh, and the Formon does come out. We're playing the Chitoi, and Tomozoe snipes the Pinfu Dama.
Just 1,000 points, but that will tie up Akutsu and Hayashi. She was thinking about whether or not she could jam the east. That Formon was Ishantan, but the east just a little too hard is Shompai, and the dealer's open twice.
So correct me if I'm wrong. I believe it is seat win tiebreakers.
That is correct. Yeah, we don't have split Uma. We don't have Uma to split, right? We have point-based situation. So the tiebreaker will be whoever was closer to being first dealer.
Hayashi thought Akutsu, hey, we end up in the same spot. You each want to take 0.5.
Would be funny if that was the system, but as it stands, if the game were to end in this way, Akutsu would be picking up 1 point for the team in third, and Hayashi 0 points in fourth.
Yeah, very hard with Hayashi being the last dealer to end up in that scenario, but still possible. There are some situations where we get there. Kutsu, though, with the hand shape, I'd imagine is going to look to be getting some more points with this one. Like a very quick Ryanshan 10. Same now for Yoshida, if I'm counting correctly.
Yeah, not too much value in the hand, but unless you draw more triplets, and that'll be a big hope. Dora, though, for Akutsu might be awkward to use.
Yep, gonna keep it for now. Try and use it in the hand. What a fill. Oh my goodness. 7 mon about the golden tile you could pick up there.
Yeah, she's gonna hold on to the double south and forego the 1-pin, which would connect to the 2-pin Dora.
Yeah, much more value on that south. Also just safer to the board too.
So his choice of honor tiles to cut.
Oh, and 3-pin drawn, but
not the
you
end of
know,
the
we
world.
draw 4-pin,
Mhm.
we can still get a 2-pin. Yeah, Hayashi trying to fill in that shape too, not quite there. Looking for fills that aren't quite yet coming.
Yeah, the hands that have so many pairs, Hayashi here, Akutsu now with the 8-pin, 9-pin pair, and 2 more pairs in the lower portion of that hand. They're becoming a struggle to turn into your standard type of Riichi. Double Yonenke, although this one is on edge, so a little bit weaker, but very efficient for Yoshida. She just can't use the Dora that well.
Yep. Yeah, I would have to end up like a Tonki and something else. Ooh, and that 4-mon draw. Do we justify taking out Dora now?
No,
We'll
surely
cut the
not.
2-4, Kanchan.
He still has Chitoi ideas, so I think it's fine
Yeah.
to trim away one of your blocks.
And I mean, still can perfectly draw around the Dora too. You draw 3-pin and it becomes an extremely strong shape. Even a second 2-pin, and it plays Chitoi and a normal hand still.
Yeah, without 6 blocks,
A lot
sure, I
clunkier.
could see the 2-pin cut, but in this position, it's going to be a little greedy, I think. Oh, there it is. Tempai
7-mon,
found.
surely a Riichi, right?
Yeah, will be taken 6-mon, 9-mon, Riichi only. If she tsumos the 6-mon for Riichi Tsumo, she will get the bonus fu.
Oh, yes, because you can take the Kanchan.
Absolutely. But 2-mon is not it.
Yes. Yeah, I always forget about that. I was like, wait a second. 1-mon's 8, Sumo's 2. Yeah, that is one of those things. You can always take the most valuable hand. It's one of those rare instances where taking not the Ryanman actually matters. Gets you more value on specifically Sumo. Ron wouldn't matter.
The 8 fu from the 1-mon triplet, you get 2 fu
2
for the Tsumo.
Sumo.
And then to get that extra 2, you interpret the shape as a kanchan, even though it's not currently arranged that way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, an increase, and we're checking 5. We're going brazy. We want to scrap a little bit. Akutsu still doing some hedging, looking towards Chitoi. Cut the 9-pin pair as defense, but not completely out. Tomozoe really debating on options here. Has a lot of tiles that look a bit uncomfortable. Going to play the West to start.
He's holding 3 of the weight already, so it's definitely going to be tough.
5-pin, that is interesting. Could always cut Chun.
Mm-hmm.
Hand's a little bit weaker, in my opinion, if you do that, because you don't get the Chun call for Tempai, but much, much safer than the options of 5-pin or the other pair that was in the hands.
That gives Tomozoe a free discard. In this spot, he really cannot deal into Yoshida. He's got such a huge advantage.
Yeah.
It makes no sense to try to risk that. Let your dealership pass with still a large lead. It's totally fine.
Yeah, especially with it getting this late in the round too. Chances of a Sumo look like they are dwindling, and Ryukoku payments are next to nothing. You're not too worried if you're Tomozoe there about paying those.
Hayashi stronger. Ishan 10 now. This Dora has not worked out in the end. What do you have? 4-mon? Chitoi hedge?
Yeah, maybe. Three-pin, not going to do it. We're not going to call to Tempai. Oh, that's awkward.
3-so Suchi. I didn't know that other 3-so came out after the reach here before, but definitely relatively safe.
And notably, Hayashi can now call a pawn to get into Tenpai. I think the pawn calls are a little unlikely, but still has a route to be able to get some points at the end of the hand.
Yeah, she is at the disadvantage right now, being tied, but in the north seat. Only 2 rounds remain, barring repeats, of course, after this dealership passes.
Tomozoe left with no Genbutsu, not even really a Suji, I believe, is trying to make sense of what the safest tile in this hand is. Really trying to scope out the whole board to think about what it is going to try Forso, and it passes.
He also wants to make sure that if he passes one tile, he gets another tile to follow. And maybe if he gets the 4-so through, he can play the 7-so.
Yeah.
Well, now we've seen 4, 4, 4, and the last 4, so he gets out of this. One last chance. It is not found. So Yoshida will show the Tenpai, collect Ryukyoku payments. 1,000 from all of the no 10 players. And this gap is still rather large, 1,900 points approximately, a little bit less than that, but Yoshida, as the dealer, has a great chance. 100 Sumo. Did I say 1,900? Or did I say 19,000 approximately?
I mean, we can see it.
It's a
we
large
can see
number.
the writing on the wall, right? It's quite a bit. Still has a very comfortable lead. Definitely is going to want to shake Yoshida off of the pilot seat. And it looks like with this high pie, Tomozoe might not have to do much work. This is a clunky hand from Yoshida. It does have a pair of tunes with a north to back it up, but man, is the rest of that hand looking rough.
And she let it go. So she had tune pair and north pair, but let both of the north go by.
Even thinking now, I think whether she wants to play efficient and drop north or hedge Chitoys, hedge the north being a pair after a tune call, things of that nature.
Yeah, I know.
Decides to cut the south to hedge both ways.
Personally, I'd have a hard time passing up the second north. But once you do that, I mean, with these pro players at the table, it's very apparent. It will become apparent what you're trying to do. There was a small Chanta backup, though.
Yeah.
Even if you don't get the red dragon later.
So everyone's hands advancing. Akutsu looking fairly strong at the table. Yoshida is able to find some shape to help the hand out, but again, needs this tune out. She's still shaping up. Does not look like she will be able to match the speed, especially when Tomozoe is going to draw like that. Little sticky with those 1-sos in the discard. Potential for E10 issues, but the Ryanman shape is kept for now.
Another pair. A little bit awkward for Hayashi. It's either awkward or it's fantastic. We'll see.
Yeah, it depends how many more times that happens, doesn't it?
Great draw for Tomozoe. Fixes his worst shape, and so now he's looking to be in good position to challenge here. To draw, Hayashi. Love to pair that one up. Perfect Ishanten now. Although it's Huditen, so actually just throws the Chuso back.
Yeah, I was gonna say there was some consideration there. Could have thrown 3-so, tried to play an Endweight Shabo. But with 1 2-so already on the board, maybe thought it looked a little weak, especially if a 9 came out with the pawn in front of Tomozoe.
Yeah, so the play here potentially, because of the Huditen, just draw around the 3-pin. Just draw around your other shape, and then discard away from the Huditen one.
Ishanten with a bit of clunkiness for Hayashi. Potentially a very awkward double pair weight on the 3-mon and the 4-so. Oh, yeah. Finds that 2-3. Beautiful. Better Ishanten, though.
Okay, stronger for Yoshida. Still looking for that Jun. Also with the Chanta backup. Good shapes to Riichi as well, so big opportunity.
6-pin found, Tenpai, and we're gonna Dama 1 3-pin.
This is
Currently waiting.
very consistent to what he's been showing the back. 1 4-pin.
Or 1 4-pin, yes.
Quite strong.
Some considerations here for Akutsu.
Does he move in the direction of Tanya even? Even 9-pin?
Well, I was gonna say you also hedge like Chitoy or something on that, so I'd imagine 9-pin does come out. 7-pin will play around the door up, which I can't imagine Akutsu is too happy about throwing this late anyway. Hayashi yet again misses Tenpai.
Yeah, it's notable, of course, the red dragon from Hayashi's hand did come out. No call.
Oh, this 3-pin.
Do you 7-mon first? So not going to deal in yet. But it feels inevitable unless she gets the miraculous 2-pin draw that 1-pin will come out in the future.
Oh, and Hayashi draws the miracle 4-mon. Now a super good Stun Menchan. 2-5-8-mon will get Tenpai. Will be able to reach on a strong way either way. Yoshida defends with the 8.
To not take the opportunity there to Karagiri 7-mon and 8-mon.
4-mon, not quite going to be Tenpai. Have a couple options on what to cut here. It's just going to throw the 4-mon back.
Hayashi with a golden opportunity now. 3-4-5 Sanchoku with a 5-pin Dora. Pinfu potentially. Can she get there before Tomozoe wins the 1-pin 4-pin weight? Oh, that Tenpai, not the Sanchoku side. But you have to take it. The question is, Riichi? Yes. Riichi, Pinfu, Tanya, Dora, Mangan potential. And now eyes on Tomozoe. What do you draw? 1-so. Jams it out there.
Shoves it. Does not look great. So now flashers might be going on for the rest of the players saying, hold on. It's a weird play to make in first. Although there are 3 2-sos, so it's pretty low chance dealing.
If I'm sitting in Hayashi's seat, I'm saying, why did I get the 2-mon first? Why not the 8-mon? Why Sanchoku? Should have waited 1 turn. All those thoughts. Uh-oh, this 1-pin. It will come out. Slightly safer.
Oh my goodness.
And Tomozoe steals it away again. We could be wrapping things up quickly here, although Hayashi will have something to say about this.
Going into all last, it is definitely going to be, can Hayashi get knocked off dealership? I'd imagine Akutsu is going to struggle to try to get Yoshida, and especially being so close to Hayashi, try to go for something very cheap and quick, at least this round. Hayashi surely just trying to get some points, build some distance from Akutsu, increase her options and time. Tomozoe is going to sit back, kick up the feet, try to kick Hayashi off dealership to end the game. And Yoshida, I think, probably just going to play patient. Could potentially get a quick, easy win, end the game here, secure second. But I think she's at least got one hand to wait and try to build some value, make a play on catching Tomozoe.
Yeah, if we're talking about conditions, like Akutsu needs Panemon direct off of Yoshida, so that's probably not happening. He's going to aim to just shut this game down and confirm at least 1 point for his team. Yoshida, a similar gap, like a little less than 24,000 points, so a Hanuman direct off Tomozoe. Unless she has that Hanuman in Hypai, probably doesn't have to work too hard in this hand. Just make sure you do not deal into Hayashi. And for that reason...
And Tomozoe is Ishanten.
Yeah, we're going to see the call here. So dealer Tenpai, okay. Kanchan 6-so.
Yeah, nothing fancy, but as long as it gets the job done. Akutsu opening up, saying, oh no, Hayashi is making a play. I need to be faster.
Absolutely. It's definitely a race between the two. Advantage Akutsu, though, because you can always end the game with a win.
Yep. Hayashi would at least need to pass dealership, and especially with the cheap win on the board, would not be able to do too much in ways of gaining a better lead at Akutsu. Toss the 3-so back, don't want it.
There was the opportunity to switch the weight to the 4-so kanchan, but the upgrades in the lower side are limited with the 2-so and 1-so having been cut twice already by Tomozoe. So she keeps the upper shape and she hopes to draw the 8-so as the improvement.
Oh, and Tenpai found. We're going to take 8-so.
But that's going to deal in directly 1,500 points. That's a placement change. The game does not end, though. Hayashi will have to go one more round. And although she currently has the advantage by 2,000 points, it still is not promising. Akutsu might still be feeling relatively comfortable in this
very
spot.
Importantly, because of the Honba, well, I mean, even I guess without the Honba, Akutsu win tiebreaker. So still very cheap hand, 1K direct or 2K from anybody will still be enough to pass. And with, again, the Uma only, the placement being the only thing that gets points for the most part, Akutsu surely is going to be thinking of that condition.
Yeah, efficiency from Akutsu. Tomozoe, nice 4-pin first draw. Yoshida, not really a hand to make something happen, at least in its current state. And importantly, Hayashi, the dealer, a little bit of a struggle bus in the early going here, but she can make steady progress.
I mean, we saw it earlier in the game. Yoshida, with a rather weakened speed hand, just was able to hack away at it and then win E-pots off of somebody else in Riichi. Hayashi right now could very well do the same, although Tomozoe with the upgrade there looks like it is a ticking time bomb of can Hayashi do it quick enough. 3-so going to increase the Shoten. The rest of the end weights aren't great, but what can you really do here? Oh, and cuts the penchant. Oh my goodness, still looking for improvements.
Yeah, Tomozoe, the only hand that is straightforward to play. The only player that doesn't actually need to play the game. But for Akutsu and Hayashi, you are not allowed to not be Tenpai here. So the only option is to play forward, to play for the win. And here's a Sanshoku chance, maybe even Junchan Sanshoku. More than necessary for Akutsu. Junchan by itself would be enough.
Yeah, and with that, Ron doesn't really, I guess, still has the Hanemon direct route on Yoshida, but very rough. Would have to get more 9-mons than currently exist on the wall.
Oh, big 7-pin draws for both
huge.
Yoshida and Hayashi. The penchant fill was incredible, but she also dropped the 7-so rather than the south. And I thought that was a little interesting. Because there's the opportunity to draw 6-so into a Samanchan, which would definitely be better than the Kanchan that's in the upper Mon shape. So maybe wants to make sure if Tomozoe or Yoshida declare Riichi, she has defensive options. But if it's a Mangan Sumo, then Hayashi will still get last.
Very importantly, Yoshida also drops Dora on the board, one less to be played with. Meaning A, Yoshida probably not going for the most valuable hand, not looking to pass Tomozoe, and B, Dora Anko is even harder to get, so that is going to be factoring into people's conditions. And maybe the board is a little cheap this time around. Tomozoe does find Ishanten to guaranteed Pinfu.
So we do have Tomozoe choosing the overlapping Mon shape, 4-5, overlaps with a 7-8 on the 6, and oh, it's the backfire. Would have been Tanyao Tenpai. It's okay, he's still in a pretty strong spot, and this way also accepts the door, so he doesn't have to drop it, which is useful. Okay, and this chi into Tenpai, so important moment now. Since his hand is Tanyao only, Hayashi can deal in and preserve for a third place.
That is something to consider. And maybe you might even see Hayashi think for a second. Oh, it throws the 5-pin too. Doesn't fit, but also just going, you know what? If it's a cheap hand, I'm fine. I think Sanshoku is really your only worry here, right?
Right. It could be Sanchoku. There's no Akadora. There's no Toy Toy. Unless it's like hidden Yakuhai and Dora pair, something like that. Yeah, Sanchoku would be the
Yeah.
only worry, and that's
Well, I mean, one Dora already dropped on the board too, so it would be quite odd for
Hayashi. You can also see the
Tomozoe not to
second
call.
Dora.
Oh yeah.
This is a Sanchoku plan for Akutsu, but the tile's just not coming.
Yoshida Ishanten. I'd imagine if Tenpai is found, going to keep the Pinfu Dama, not take an overextension, go in Riichi, and not be able to fold out later if it looks dire.
And at this point, both Akutsu and Hayashi are desperate to be Tenpai. They each expect that the other will be Tenpai, so you need to find Tenpai yourself. And if Hayashi can't get there, might still try to deal in on her last discard.
That's true. With the Chi, Hote is moved to Akutsu.
Usually Akutsu but moved with a Chi to Tomozoe,
Excuse me.
as
Yeah.
Hayashi is the dealer.
Oh,
but
yes.
yeah, this is quite a unique spot where neither player is Tenpai currently. And Akutsu might have a rougher go of things. We'll see how the draws come in. Hayashi, Forso doesn't do it. Where are my tiles? Akutsu, 5-mon, no good. Just has to keep pressing forward.
And so nothing burger. I think 3-6 is dead at this point too.
Yoshida
I know at
Ishanta as
least-
well. Another dead draw. I believe there's one tile left for everyone after Tomozoe's next discard.
I think Akutsu debating on whether or not to fold out, maybe checking some pawn routes, decides 8-mon's the way to go.
Yoshida
And Yoshida is going to miss Tenpai.
Hayashi
It's the try.
misses, and now do you try to deal it? We'll play the 2-pin though. Akutsu, no, he can't get there either. He needed 7-mon or 8-pin, and he misses. Tomozoe will discard the Hatsu, and that will be game. Dealer's not Tenpai, but the South player not Tenpai either. And after the exchange of points, Hayashi will claim the 3rd place. What a weird way to finish the game. A tense
Wow.
Ryukyoku. Tomozoe, the big winner though, plus 3 points for the team.
Mm-hmm.
Yoshida will confirm the 2nd place. Tomozoe looks directly at us, showing, yeah, that was easy for me. Hayashi grabs the
business is
3rd
normal.
place. Quite fortunate. Akutsu, frustrating way to end the game.
Yeah. It's always those when all you want to do is get in a Tenpai and you just can't find it. Little flashback to Tomozoe.
Oh, such an entertaining player to watch. What an entertaining game that was. Tomozoe showing how it's done. Just full on aggression. Throwing the door into multiple Riichis. Dealer Riichi, non-dealer Riichi. Didn't matter. He ended up winning the majority of the hands in the game and rock solid 1st place. So we can take a look at our updated scores.
Yeah. Let's see how they go. I mean, with the 4th, with AMC Dental, all of a sudden, this is going to be looking a little crazy.
Yeah, AMC Dental stays at 42, but DD Studio only picked up 1 point, a 3rd place. So the gap is still close. It's team number 9 with in the games that we've seen today, a 1st place plus 3 and a 2nd place plus 2 to jump up to the rest of the pack. And behind them, being Queens, Jankatsu Master catching up as well.
Mm-hmm.
Tomozoe Shoten, of course, picking up +3. That was Tomozoe big win. Four Seasons tied as well, +2 in the pickup there. And yeah, but it looked like for a moment DD Studio and MC Dental were pulling away, but we've come back to
Now
near
slow it
equality.
up. Yeah, I mean, again, still a super tight fight all the way from about 8th to 1st. Just within 5 points, little over one game. Bottom of the pack is definitely starting to spread out a little bit more. That playoffs round 1 table and the bottom of, well, I guess the playoffs round 1 table A and the bottom of table B are a little bit close, but even the round 1 table B is starting to split off, starting to assert themselves of who's in the top of the pack, who's towards the bottom.
All right, well, we have one final game to be played for this session 5, and we'll still see AMC Dental as our featured team, but I will be leaving the broadcast booth and swapping out with the brilliant Corak. How's it going?
I don't know about brilliant, but I'm here at least.
Here,
A present. Sometimes that's all you need to be, right? And let me tell you, this Mahjong is going to do all the work and bedazzling for you if it's anything like these first 2 games we've seen.
All right, so their AMC Dental in 4th. And we're tied for 1st, drop a point below, but not really pulling away from the pack. And what you didn't see as much was the 3 to 7 range are all now within 1 game.
Yeah.
So it got really tight right behind them because, hey, if the first 2 stop, everyone else has a chance to climb back.
Yeah, and everybody in that 4th through 7th place got either 2 or 3 points. Huge jump. So still just keeping in line with the pack.
All right, well, as I step away, I'll leave the rest of the game to you. We will go ahead and take a look at our final game players.
Yep, thank you. Nathaniel, always love commentating with you, but now as we move on, Corak, let me tell you, I think we got a game ahead of us. First off, in the dealer seat, representing, I believe, Jankatsu Master, is going to be Moe Tanabe. Starting off as the pilot, then moving into AMC Dental's Ryota Okazaki. JPML Pro, followed by Alban's own Masahiro Suura, another JPML Pro in the West seat. And then Team Aoke. Finishing off our dealership is going to be Chiyu Misaki. Both Tanabe and Misaki, Nihon Pro Mahjong players. Sort of a bit of a battle. I don't know where everybody is within their respective organizations, but I do love to think that the players have at least played with each other, maybe once or twice, have a somewhat idea of
And one of the
how the other
interesting
plays.
dynamics of this tournament is you see, even at this game, 2 women, 2 men, that a lot of tournaments are very segregated, but not at this level.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to see some intense action here. See the 2-pin is the first Dora. And we see the 1-3 Kanshans. That can certainly use a Dora. Here the shape's not quite as good. Probably some sort of Pinfu. Well, a whole bunch of Manzu tiles, but probably not enough to go all out for it.
Mhm.
I feel this is just a Riichi Dora, not too much else. There's an East pair, a few other pairs. Might even go Chitoi. This is a Pinfu hand, but the 1-3-5-7 in Manzu is a bit of a mess. This feels like a Tanya, maybe some sort of synchronized Sanshoku. The 5 is a very loose tile, doesn't really connect anything, but is a pretty good floater.
And if you keep drawing a couple more Manzu back to back, who knows? You might decide, start getting rid of some of this other shape. Maybe we got to play a very big, aggressive Shinitsu type route. You never know. Although with that one mon cut, looks like that's not in the thoughts, especially being able to accept that Dora 2-pin.
Well, there's the East. Will we see it called? Big pause indicates yes, and there it is. We'll cut the 4. This doesn't have to be a cheap hand. It's likely one Han, but there are toy routes. 5-pin. Oh, that's a really annoying draw. I want to cut the penchant or the 2-mon. Probably the 2-mon. Oh, goes with the 8. Gives up the Peiko shape. Likes the floating 2. Not quite sure why, though.
Maybe thinking about some sort of Sanshoku down that way, especially probably being pretty set on playing this 2-pin, as it being the Dora, says, you know what, if I'm going to play it, might as well keep in this weird Sanshoku going with it.
Well, there we do see the first Dora being cut. It came from an Ishan 10, now Ryankan 357. 7 so's pretty useless, going to get tossed back. And the 5 is not it either. West. Can't hold as a safe tile. This hand wants to be Itsu. I don't mind the 1-2 cut. You just say it's Itsu or it's just not happening. And that's going to be the play here.
Yeah, makes a whole lot of sense.
5-mon. Well, you cut the 4s. The 5 isn't that useful, but we'll hold it anyway.
I mean, still a Beyondman, 5-6-6, stronger shape than 8-9-9.
Furry 10 doesn't matter until you're Tenpai.
It's true.
Something a lot of people overlook. That it just doesn't matter. You get yourself in a hole later, but you have to get there first. Another Dora, the 2-pin pair. A bit unfortunate there. And you see the West pair. Six is not going to help that hand. Not going to really hedge the Sanshoku. The 1 Han to 2 Han isn't worth it.
Yeah, what I think I'm really interested to see is when Suura decides to call open this Itsu, if at all, or excuse me, when Misaki decides to call open this Itsu, if at all. I'd imagine from 3 away, probably not going to take it, but...
Oh, Dora pair up. Well, it's just Tanya now.
Well, don't say that. There's 2 Wests. You could, hedge pairs late into it.
I mean, if you get the Pinfu, you take it, but I'm definitely seeing Tanya. Now, this East is a safe tile that's been called already, so we'll be held with the Ishanten. Okay, we see the 5 pulled there. Now, perfect Ishanten, but I say that loosely because that does have the Furitin chance.
Nothing going to come of Misaki's draws. Still unable.
Well, another thing is you see 2-2-pin out, and you figure it's really terrible on the wall at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, you can cut the 5-3 here and potentially get Itsu from this. But that's a different way to get the Itsu. Oh, there's the backfire on the 8. I didn't like it when it got cut, and that's why. Took a few turns to get there, but I love those floating Ipeiko shapes.
Took a row and a half. What do you mean a few turns? There's a good chance Tenpai was found before it, but that is an example of...
Oh, well, and there's your 6.
Back to back. Okay. Now, I'm wondering if Misaki decides to keep floaters like that in the future rounds.
Well,
says maybe the wall's giving him out like that.
Oh, what an annoying draw. Got rid of it earlier. The 7, this is the do we want to brute force it? I mean, you don't care about Furitin, you're never winning the hand. I'd probably call it and not be that happy. Like, ooh, gets the 3 possible Pinfu Itsu Dora here. We'll have to cut the Dora later.
Well, 3 6-pins are on the board, which makes it a little bit
And with these calls, Suura says, okay, enough messing around. We're throwing the stick in. If you're going to play for cheap Tenpai payments, I'm going to make you at least sweat for them.
Yep. 1 pin comes out. Says with the Kabe, I don't think you are on it. You would have cut Dora way, way later, is right. Misaki's going to be going to push. Okazaki.
It's close, but it's the 4-mon weight. Yeah,
Let's
this
got the
keep
8, Jankatsu.
Ishan-ten, it's not great, but you're really only playing for Tenpai payments anyway.
4-mon
there's the
comes
4.
out.
Says, okay, well, there's your Riichi Nomi. Riichi, well, okay, you have one Ura, so it's
Ura
at least
1.
2,600. So not a completely wasted hand.
Yep.
Suura was obviously just sitting there waiting for that 6, so at any point in the hand, it just didn't come.
Said, please, that's all I want.
All right, Okazaki will be dealer here. Pinfu Tanya type hand. Does have this 9-pin Dora. We'll see how that gets played, because the 6 is just the more efficient tile for a floater, but Dora is, Dora. You see the Hatsu and a Pei pair here. Maybe call and go might brute force Honitsu. That feels like a Pinfu. Oh, I like this hand. Chud Onko,
Oh, yeah.
decent shapes. Not too much value, but feels fast. That's an annoying tile. 1, 3, 5, 6, 9 says we're not going to play for the Itsu. We're just going to cut the 9 play efficiency.
Yep.
Similarly, 7-pin. How much we play the Itsu here? Cuts the E. Says, well, if we get one more tile, maybe we go for it, but not yet.
Yeah,
7, so great
it.
draw. Sanshuku here. 5, 6, 7.
Definitely looking like Misaki is going to be the strongest at the table, especially after that draw. It's just slowing down.
Well, you have a pair up. You can go Tanya if you got the 1 pin. You haven't completely given up on the Riichi, but it feels much more Tanya now.
Yeah.
But again, it's the same problem. You don't have any value in the hand.
I mean, you don't have value, but if you need to open up quick later, maybe you see a threat
shut something
and
down
you
you
can
don't
shut
like.
something down. Oh, we got a pair of the 4.
The 6
Maybe we
is such a
could
good
cut the
floater. I
1.
want to cut the 1 mon.
Yeah.
No, throws the
nope,
4
just throw it
back.
right back. I do believe that is the most efficient cut. Play the Haku out. Does not want to play the
pair up.
in.
Ugh. I mean, there's a possible Pinfu here on a 3 drop, but ugh.
Yeah, not great.
Possible
Definitely
Koi
feels
Toy,
ugly.
another pair up. 9, not it. Needs that 5 in Sozu. Haku is a blank, literally. 1 pin goes out, doesn't do anything here. Could shift down. We'll do so with the 5. Get rid of the 8. 5, 6 now. Dora being pulled in as part of this Ryokan. So if you need to call it down, potentially there's 2 Dora. We see the Hatsu Pon, now Ishanten.
Yep, Suura gonna play aggressive. Definitely try to win up the small points, but points nonetheless. Make sure nobody else who's made no move so far builds up a big hand, potentially gets a fat Riichi in to break away.
So that 4-pin cut earlier was the plan to cut the entire 2-4-4 shape from the looks of it. 8-mon is not
Gonna
yet.
find it.
So another
7,
pair.
so, but we already
cut
threw the
You
4
can't go
pin.
T-Toy. Yeah, so just continues the plan. Cuts the 4-2-4. Well, that is an annoying
It's an
draw because
8.
Sansuku is now dead, but I guess you can always Riichi Chun Dora 1.
I
Speaking of
mean,
Riichi, here we are. Riichi Nomi. Dealer says, I don't need anything else on 3-mon. I'm just Tenpai. And
yeah,
Tenpai will
1
be
3-mon
chased
already
down.
out.
2 5-pin. Dora pair up. Okay, now things get interesting.
Got some options, but we're gonna
Just
play
throws
Genbutsu
it.
9-pin.
Need to 5, but not that one. Still 2 5-pin. 4 moves us towards Tanya Ishanten.
Might see a call. Genbutsu 2, so still 1 left in the wall, I believe.
Wants to keep this Dora, but it is the safe tile here, so thinks about it for a while, eventually cuts it. There's the 2, just going to shut it down. 1 Han, nothing fancy here.
Does get the Fu upgrade, though. A little bit extra. May not matter at the moment, but you never know down the line. And with that second win, Suura still maintaining control of the table as we go into East 3.
we see the score lines coming in. Team Alban needs this win. They're starting to fall a bit behind. Of course, we are staring compared to AMC Dental, who's in second, but would be really nice to pick one off of the leading teams.
Yeah, 10 games left, if my count is correct after this one. So starting to come down to the wire. You definitely want to sort of increase the pace if you want a chance at least making it to the second round of playoffs.
Well, remember the first. There's only one elimination on the first cut, but it's one of those situations where you have to keep playing games afterwards, and you just rather not have to. Just take my advancing, and that will be done by how well you perform in the meantime. Speaking of meantime, we have Hatsu pairs in 2 different hands, so those are locked. 7-pin, an amazing draw there. Does have this 3-pin floating Dora? This is a couple pairs, not great. Well, that's getting closer. I'm just trying to see any route to value, and I think the value is just get your Dora, try and figure something else out later.
Definitely looks to be Misaki's game plan. I mean, remember, Suura doesn't have a great lead right now and is in dealer seat. It's going to have to pay more to sumos. So even a two-han sumo pretty much evens up the table for Tanabe or Misaki. Even Okazaki, too.
6-mon fits in nicely, moves the shapes around a bit. 7-mon, it's a floater, is kind of terrible, but just doesn't want this 9.
Yeah.
7. Okay, well, now the shapes are much easier to work with.
Yeah, Okazaki now also finds with that the 4th pair, potentially a Chitoi route. Unlocked, as unfortunate as it would be.
6. Okay, well, there's your Ryeonman upgrade. The question is, when do you cut this 1-2 pension? The answer is not yet.
Yeah, definitely does not want to cut that 3-pin either, and it is kind of just a time bomb at this point. Floating can draw around it, but I'd imagine now that we're getting into second row, there's going to be hesitation on dropping that 3-pin at all.
Yes. Oh, well, it almost has to come out either right now or you cut the pension. Yeah. You can hedge with the 9-pin, but I feel it's a very weak defensive play. I think you just have to make your stand here. You're either going for the Dora or you're not. Chun pair up. I mean, that would prevent you from having to pair up the Hatsu or call the Hatsu.
Yep, although Chun's dead, so the problem is that doesn't exactly help us.
Could end up in a really rough situation because we know the Hatsu's pair locked. His hand may be deceptively close, incentivizing to pushes that just can't win. Ooh, well, okay, there's your Sun Menshun upgrade.
Yeah, Misaki Ishanten, very, very strong shapes. Matching, who's that? Tanabe was also Ishanten.
Dora pair up. Okay, now your plan is definitely call and go, but
your plan is
just
Chitoi.
gone.
With double red out, I think it has to be Chitoi. No green seen so far.
Yeah, but I don't think the hand had enough
so the
pairs
shape not
for
there.
it. That's the
no, that was
spot.
4. That was 4. Is it great? No. Is it playable? Kinda. You could get there. Technically, only Ryan Shanten. Ooh, but yeah, with the 4.
Okay, no,
gonna
just
have
cut
to
the
play
4,
aggressive.
so.
Yep.
Oh, that's
All
just Tempai. We'll go ahead and Riichi. This is Riichi Dora 1. Also waiting on 3-pin 6, and this 3 floater, which we said was going to get dangerous. I mean, you can't throw it now.
No, the second a Riichi hits, I think Tanabe is never in a million years throwing that 3-pin.
Four, close, but that's not it.
Yep,
Speaking
no
of 4s,
dice.
now Ishanten here.
7, so not the
9, that is Tempai. You can take the Shampon 1 2 weight or the 2 Kanchan. We'll take the 2 Kanchan, Riichi no Mi. As Okazaki tries to keep everyone within range. Oh, the Apatsu! Riichi Apatsu. No value yet. We'll see if there's Ura. Nope, that's a blank. We'll at least get 2,600 and the Riichi stick.
Yep. Kind of swaps places almost directly with Misaki. Board's still pretty even. Suura's dealership gone as we head into East 4. Very, very quick game so far.
Yeah, no repeats, fast hands, people just getting to Tempai, throwing the stick in and calling it good. 5-so is Dora here. Those middle door are always a little concerning. Of course, we don't have Aka, so you don't have the double door at least. Oh, well, that's a pretty hand.
Oh, and we anchored the West. Okay.
Yeah, okay. I mean, you just
Misaki
go
with
Honitsu.
decisions.
I don't even care about the 5-7.
I mean, I would assume
Dora.
2-mon to start.
Yeah, I think it has
at least. And then maybe if you hit 6-pin, like probably literally next draw and nobody
You'd
drops a
Riichi
Yaku
at that
High.
point, so yes. That's about what it's going to take. 8-pin, a nice little pull here. Well, there's the fourth one, but that head is terrible.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yes for 6, but
okay.
that wasn't the one I think we had in mind. It's just 5-7. The question is which order. Hatsu, really?
Still gonna hedge. I mean, with the south call and the strong shape, you know,
Well, South's
a
now
lot of the
paired
time
up.
not using the green. Yeah, with south paired up now, it gets a little awkward. We are gonna snap call the Haku.
Okay, end up in the same spot basically anyway. Although if you draw the Hatsu, you just kind of cry.
Yeah, but you know, it odds were low about that, right?
Yes.
I mean, the problem is you are going to find yourself on a little bit of trouble here, especially if you draw like 6-0 for Tempai with these Souths being held.
Yeah, but there's a lot of flexibility you can have in that hand shape, so you're not as worried about it. 6 up. I mean, the hand's getting closer. It's just facing what we've seen from the dealer.
Yeah. Matching dealer speed is going to be hard. Okay, yeah.
There's no real other route for the hand. There's Tempai waiting on 7-so. This would be Haku, Dora, Honitsu, Mangan. Another pair up.
Fourth pair. What is Okazaki going to do? We're going to cut the 3-so. Not committed to the Chitoi yet, but definitely on the mind.
Well, plus, even if you deal in here, you can't expect it to be Tempai. Now, you can switch here to the 2-so way, which I probably would. And yes, that's going to be the play here. Because we see a 1-3 out here. The 2 is just so much less likely to be used. It is Dora's Suji, but at the same time, the 7-so's Dora Soba, which is even worse.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the 7. Not going to get tossed
It gets held anyway.
Though.
I think the story is, can anybody match up? 1-so's dead, 2-so's look much, much better.
There's a 7. That is now Ishan 10 for maybe Riichi Dora 1.
Yeah. Okazaki doing some hedging.
Okay, now the 7-9 with Ishan 10. 8, not going to play the Chitoi hedge. Interesting.
Yep.
Do we ever cut 3-pin there?
That's what I was thinking. Almost if I was playing that hand, I think I might have cut 3 pins, still been a little bit indecisive on the routes. But it definitely looks like Okazaki just would much rather.
Oh, there's the 2-so. That's the deal in tile. There it goes.
Tanks it, spider senses, but says, you know what, gotta play it, doesn't fit. Hakudora Honitsu.
And Okazaki now in big trouble. And Misaki now takes not a control of this game because she was in a pretty bad position before this hand, but a fairly clear first.
Yeah, she jumps out. Now she is still the dealer, so again with sumo payments, could easily start to even out the pack again, but
well, we're also in East round, so there's a lot of Mahjong to be played. Nice little Pinfu hand.
Yeah, looking to continue the lead, it looks like.
2 Dora. Might get Tanya, but we'll need that 6-so.
But oh my goodness. Well,
okay.
Well, Tanabe said, hey, you got a good shape. I got an even quicker one. Watch this.
Pair could be called later, and then the garbage hand.
Yeah, I mean, hypothetically, not everybody at the table can have a good hand, right? At least off the gate.
They can, but it's really hard. At the same time, not everyone can have a bad hand, right? Right? And then you see it, and everyone just had a bad hand plenty of the time.
There's more bad hands than good hands, I think, right?
5 will upgrade this to a 3-5-5-6 shape. There's our East call.
Oh.
Might brute force Honitsu from this. You
A
do have the
7-pin
2-4
drop.
backup if you draw the 3 Dora.
Yeah, definitely playing for that Honitsu route. Like you said.
Oh, the perfect
2-pin up in the-
draw. Now, do
Oh,
you go
that's so good.
9-8 or do you go 3?
Gotta drop 2-pin.
That's the 2. Okay, yeah. Lock the Dora shape in. Nothing
Yeah.
fancy here. Well, that's
Especially
just
with someone just
Ishan 10 loses
open.
the Sanshoku without a shift. 5-pin, you just slide up.
And
Yeah, the
played.
hand's just bad, and you have to accept it at some point.
Yeah, looks at all the Sozu that would have to be cut to make the Kokushi worth it. Sees Suura's hand and says, "You know what? I don't even want to try it. I'm good."
Okay, there's the Honitsu commit.
Okay.
Pension filled, but his hand is so bad that it doesn't do much for it.
I mean, still though, if you're working it, playing the hand, if you're still going down, it's meaningful.
This could have been
matters.
Tempai, but you would have to cut the Dora. So just gonna
Well, it would have
keep
been
the shape as is.
Tempai on 7-mon too.
Yeah,
It
the
would have
7-on
been
for
pretty bad.
Dora 1. Pretty bad.
For a pin, don't even like that floater. Too awkward to play with the rest of the board.
Well, that's just Tempai.
Yeah, I'd imagine instant
Riichi,
slam.
Kinfu, Dora, possible Tanyao, 6-9-mon. I mean, the 7 just came out. You might as well throw it.
Wes not going to force Misaki off of dealership just yet. Will be
It's
curious,
9.
especially Ishan-ten, because I'd imagine it's an instant reach from Misaki no matter what.
Ooh, okay,
pushes
Ishan-ten
on.
now. Let's know, Rian-shan-ten.
Yeah, Ryan-ten with double penchant.
Yes.
Hard shapes to fill.
Well, at the same time, you know the tiles you're going to have to push are safe for now.
Mm-hmm.
But if the Haku comes, it's a bit of a consideration whether you even call it, because it is the last one.
Yeah, Misaki draws the 1-so, hesitates, says, "Am I willing to push against it?" Finds the strength for that tile. Yet to be seen if another scary push comes up, if she'll drop it.
9-1 pair up. Won't take it.
Oh.
That deal's in, though. Riichi, Pinfu, Door 1. Or a 2. So there's the Mongon. And Misaki gives a bunch of those points. Move from Okazaki to Misaki, now to Tanabe out in first place. But Misaki's still within striking range. Tanabe will be dealer here in South 1.
Tanabe trades up Misaki there. I think reading on the 7-mons.
3 had come out at that
even
point because it was the Riichi tile.
Yeah.
So they come out very quickly, but at the same time, often it's a Riichi from a perfect Ishan 10.
I mean, to be fair, it could have also been Misaki trying to Genbutsu snipe as well, potentially. Saying if I get an end weight on 7-mon, I believe she had the 4-mon in discard. Maybe thought she could bait people into dealing in. Especially with the more likely shape being filled being the 5-5-6.
All right, see a Haku pair. This might just be Honitsu with what the rest of these tiles are. The 5-8 in Monzu isn't that great. I mean, if you draw a Dora, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it just cuts the 8 preemptively.
Yeah,
Haku,
that one,
well,
not losing
there it
too
goes.
much.
Gets called as expected. I mean, now you just have to commit, I feel.
Yep, and
5
even
is
plays
pretty
the
hard
5
commit.
first.
You can cut the 9 first and say, well, maybe if I draw
Edge of
Dora
4 or 3.
Dora
Yeah.
shape, but no, that's just it's Honitsu. I don't care.
Yeah.
6, the perfect draw to fill in
Oh
that
my
4, 5,
goodness.
7, 8.
So we're going to 3-pin. Cleaned up. Really importantly, in order for who was that? Misaki? Who called open for the Honitsu? Yes. For Misaki does have a route to Mangan, but has to specifically get
the
Itsu.
Itsu, yes.
Which I think with
or
this
you
shape
just
is
pair up
most
the
likely
Hatsu
third
and
one.
just call.
Yeah, that's true. Route number 2.
That is
Oh.
Ishan, and the Penchon's terrible, but the Kanchan isn't much better. We'll cut the Penchon, and it's going to be
What is that
called
called?
down. And I route to Mangan
Shota.
feeling very difficult now, but we'll definitely take 3 on.
Yeah. Something. Knocks
Well,
Tanabe
speaking
off
of
dealership too.
Honitsu, not a hard commit to it, but feels like him wants to go Sozu Honitsu. It's a 5, but it's not going to help. It's the wrong suit. There's our call. This is now Tempai on 8mon for Chunomi.
Yeah, but
Another
Tanabe in the
pair
dealer
up.
seat still gets to maintain that dealership, worth its weight in gold to some, and gets to shut
Or
down
you
Misaki,
slide
some
this
direct
down.
competition.
There goes the 1-so. The 7-pin safe for now. It's not a
Yeah.
tie you want sitting around.
So not gonna find it. 7-so.
7-so, isn't it? Just not much else to say. It's who gets there.
Yep, who's gonna find the tile they need? 9mon.
No, it's the 8mon that
Little
deals
scary.
in. So that's fine.
Still 3 8mons in the wall.
Yeah, kind of wondering where they've gone. Oh, that's just
On the 3
Tempai.
pin, Tempai.
4 7-pin.
Players are definitely going to be looking out at that Tadashi as well. So if a 7-pin is
When you
drawn,
see
it will
2
not as
call
easily
and then
be
a late
drawn.
Tadashi, it's okay. That's Tempai. I'm out.
Oh, and we find 4th pair.
Oh,
for
well, there's your
Okazaki.
8. Cut the 6 last turn, though, so going to be hard to finish that hand. 8-pin, that does not deal in. 3-so. Wow, what an annoying draw.
I mean, I feel like you already committed. You could try and drop Hatsu, but yeah, it just decides to drop 7 and 6 with Chitoi. Some decisions.
Yeah, I like this because you're gonna have to cut the 9 later. Just use your pair. Oh, just sumo, Chun, and this is extra food because of the Onko, the sumo, and the Kanchan, along with the pole.
Yep. Don't even need the +2 sumo fu. Already good to go.
700 all. Tanabe extends the lead here over 40,000.
We'll repeat East one. The question is, can we repeat a high of that caliber to try and keep this dealer run going, extend the lead even further? And with the shapes that are looking so far and Chun pair, I'm getting deja vu right now.
Yeah, this feels like a boring one-han, call it down, and don't have to think very hard hand. There are so many pairs, though, you could even consider a Chitoi or a Toy. This has the Hatsu pair up. That is Dora. Great shapes. Okazaki with the best hand by far. We haven't even seen the other two. I'm just preemptively calling it here.
I mean, it does seem like it is on a one of either Mies.
This is
was Tanabe
pretty
or
good,
Okazaki.
but it's not as good as a Dora pair up with almost completed shapes everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's just Ishun 10.
It's like a 9. Yeah, it is looking like a scary Riichi. There is one 9-pin already hit the board. It's going to get a little sticky for Okazaki if the second 9.
I think it may come out right here. Nope, throws the 9-mon first.
Oh, and Tanabe, that very, very small decision could prove fatal.
8-mon. Well, that's your pair now? Question mark. You can go 9-7-mon. We'll just get rid of the 4 floater first, though, since the 2 had already come.
Yep.
Oh, and now it's going to connect.
3-pin might come out. I would assume 3-pin will come out first.
It's either 3-pin or
maybe
4.
Debating on.
I don't like the 7.
The 7.
The only reason this is happening is because the 8.
There's a lot of 9s.
Is already out,
and a lot of
9s are kind of disappearing. But I wanted to have a call up from Rion Peiko.
Oh, I don't know if Ryan's coming.
I'm always on have my ear to the phone.
I got Ryan's ringtone set specifically for him, right? I'm always listening for his call, but he's a busy guy. He can't always make it out.
Hey, I had one.
He
did come by a couple games ago for me, so recent memories maybe biasing me a bit. Now I Chitoi Shoten.
Okay.
8-so. Well, that's not gonna fit. Oh yeah, and there's your 7-8, and that's
9s.
The 9s are good, but you don't want to win on the 9. You want to win on the 6 for the Peiko.
Yeah, but it's hard, It's tough.
There's the 3 that is passed.
Oh, and 7-mon. Now some decisions. We could
I think
cut
I'd go
7-8
7-8
pin.
pin. The 9s
Yeah,
are
with all the
terrible.
9s.
So I think it's always 7-8 pin. Yeah.
Because the 8 first might extend.
Oh, there's a
out the
fill.
chip.
Now Ishan
That's
10.
huge.
We'll get rid of the floating 4.
And that Pinzu shape would have been cut, and you would have
Yeah,
had a
I'm
worse
kind
end
of
weight.
surprised the 3-pin wasn't called, because that would have been Otsuka Tenpai. But you have to figure no one's throwing the Hatsu,
No.
being the reasoning.
These players will not. Oh, and the 7-mon Anko. Now we are at a Tanyao Ishan 10. That is a huge upgrade for Suura.
Yeah, forget the Ipeco shapes. Just get the Tanyao and lock it in.
Or wait for
Still this
Misaki.
Chitoi Ishan 10.
Misaki draws
That is
the
not the
5.
Hope draw. That's actually a very interesting tile. Do you lock the tile?
Could?
I would cut the 9-mon. I'd cut the 9-mon because I want the Sonanko routes.
Yeah. I think I agree with that. I think the only reason 5-so's
Oh,
coming
well,
out.
that's just Tenpai. We'll Dama here.
Oof.
3-mon, 4-mon.
Yeah, I would imagine a snap Riichi on a better end weight.
There is one 5-so out, so it's not as good. 2 5-so out. Okay, that's why it was passed. Yeah, we're just going to see the call here for the Tanya Nomi.
Yeah, and safe 9-mon drop later, just prioritizing that route other than the less likely Sananko, as you were talking about.
Very wide shape now, also Chitoi Shanten.
Yeah, not quite finding anything, though.
A lot of dancing around in this hand.
Mm-hmm.
Forso isn't it? 2-mon isn't
2-mon not
it?
gonna find it.
8-pin isn't it? Everyone just so close. Oh, well, there's your
Searching
improvement.
2-mon. Well, I mean,
the 4 is terrible. The 1's at least 1 out. I don't even hate
and keeps
Dama.
1-4. Yeah. Late shift, maybe to threaten the table a little bit,
Yeah,
scare
way
them
too
off.
obvious. What you can't expect is someone's going Chitoi with 2 1s.
Yeah. I mean, there was an option to cut a Chun and Riichi for the 2-5, but I guess just really valuing the Dama and still having control over the hand.
Right. And of course, just the 1,000 out in the middle. Well, there's our Tenpai.
Okay.
2-pin
2
actually looks
pins?
amazing in the wall. I would reach you 7 every time.
I mean, here's the thing: 7. There's 3 8s out. You have a Kabe
There's
of 6s.
also 7 out. We'll Dama waiting on the 2-pin. Of course, we know the 2-pin is actually a terrible weight.
7-so comes out. Gonna pass.
Oh, well, there's Tenpai.
Hatsuanko. We're
Waiting
gonna slam
2-5
2-5-pin. 2-pin does not look safe, and 9-so's Genbutsu, so we're definitely not going to see it out from Suura this turn, probably ever. Misaki, not forced off of Tenpai. Decision here, 9-mon does not look great, but when you look at Okazaki's pawn, you're like, what the hell do I even play against this? 4-so
It'd be true.
3 in
You
front,
just fold
2
out.
6s,
Well,
2
this also
9s.
have to consider
Well,
how
it's
important you want
dealer.
is past the dealer.
And yeah, Genbutsu 9-pin just says, you know what, it's fine.
Well,
Not my
Okazaki
time.
would love to have Dama this, but just being down to 16,000 didn't feel there was any benefit in doing so had to slam it.
Needs points. Not even that much of a higher win rate, too. I mean, debatably, other people could have been chasing Tenpai more aggressively. With the reach, they might back away, play off their hands, which, like we see from Tanabe dealer. So may even get more points in the end than somebody else winning, or just Tenpai payments with less people Tenpai than there would be without the Riichi.
And if you're taking this long to not cut Chun, you suspect Chitoi. That's the only possible read I'm having.
Yeah. And it's going to try the 1. Still
Oh,
hits
there's
it.
the
And
Chun.
with that
Okay,
Chun
well,
out,
there's your problem fixed. Tanabe will be able to pull out of this very easily.
1-mon confident slam from Misaki.
Either confident or
Passive.
disgusted. I can't tell which.
Well, it was a confident slam, and if it gets me, it gets me.
Riso passes as well. We're almost out of draws here. Last one. That's not going to get back into Tempai.
Definitely a fold from Suura. Finds 9 months safest. And everybody folds
Should
to the
just
door
be-
3 hands.
Yeah, what, 2 players Tempai?
I believe it was just Okazaki. Or no, Misaki did not fold.
Yeah,
off.
I say
Yeah, you're
Misaki
right.
never
Yeah.
broke it up. Said, I don't want to
Misaki
give
was
up
thinking
on this
about it,
yet.
but yeah.
Yeah,
did
eventually
charge
shoved it.
forward.
We were talking about the disgusted 1-mon cut.
It goes to Okazaki's dealership. Needs to get at least something going on here. 1 Mangan and the table's evened up again, but
It's also really important there for Misaki keeping the Tempai because you can see the gap here.
yeah.
And now you're right on Suura's heels and Tanabe's within range. Whereas if you fold that out, then you're down 4,000 and 12,000 or 11,000. So it's a pretty big swing. Tune-up payments are often underrated. They're very powerful.
I mean, as last dealer too, it would be nice to build up or maybe even lead out going into all last and then being able to have the option to fold out and still get a first or a second. Let's come out. It really does look here though like Suura is going to be first attempt. I believe that was Ishanten already. Even
this
with
is just Kanchans all over the place. I don't even hate floating the honors. But we'll go ahead and cut the south as the most efficient play. 3 connect with the 2-4-5.
And
so pairs up. It may end up being used as a pair if you go Tanyo especially. 5, 6, 7 Sanchoku looking very good. I feel this is either 2-mon or 3-so.
I actually think 2-mon is objectively correct because with a 2-so draw, you do also upgrade
get the pinfu possibilities.
If you also hit 6-mon,
yeah, that's the problem.
So
it's long shade up
away,
if everything goes right. But I'd say the 2-mon is slightly better for that reason.
These are pros for a reason. I guarantee you, Suura saw that exact line and made.
Well, no, there's another line that you may not be seeing, and that is you could cut the Manzu shape altogether if you build towards the Itsu. Forget just the 2. If we start dreaming and hit an 8-so or a 9-so, then maybe.
Well, why even stop there? What if we hit more after that and drop that 6-7? Shinitsu Itsu? There we go. Now we're thinking. We're getting somewhere.
Regardless, it's a stretch no matter what happens. 5, 6, 7 Sanchoku looking much better here now. We may have 2 players going for. Oh, well, that 4 helps a little bit, but it's just not the ideal draw because it would not help Sanchoku. Going to be held though for the acceptance.
Does also give the pinfu route as well. So, for instance, if the other side is hit, especially not on the Sanchoku, then there is the option to just Riichi on the pinfu with a good weight. Or excuse me, Riichi, with a good weight. Not necessarily pinfu, but you draw 8 pin, you're not hitting
playing for
anyway.
Tanyao. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, the shapes are pretty straightforward. I think you have to keep paying 6 block though.
Yeah.
No, gonna cut the pension.
Nope. Okay.
Feels the rest of the hand is just so cheap. It's not worth. Oh well, there's an upgrade. Oh, brute forces it.
Okay.
Sees 3 9s out and figures the 8 doesn't add that much acceptance. Speaking of Sanchoku abandon.
Well, one Sanchoku was forced, and the other it was completely abandoned. Difference in play styles or in decisions. Ooh, and Karagia 6-pin from Okazaki is.
Ew.
Oh.
The most efficient cut is to throw it back. You can also go 6, 7-pin if you want to build for Ipeko or Sanonko. Upgrades to Ryonkon there with a 4-mon draw. The opposite Ryonkon of this hand. One has 4, 6, 8. The other has 3, 5, 7. Combine those, maybe you get a good hand.
And now with the safe tile drawn, we are going to see Suura just keep it, lock in that Riichi. I imagine if 2-so is drawn, we might see 3-so come out for the pinfu upgrade, but that looks to be about it for this hand. Just looking to get that tempo.
Like a bit of a fold.
Yeah. Misaki just seems like she cannot get enough going quickly enough.
Well, plus she has her dealer turn still, so
Yeah.
it's all about positioning at this time.
Yeah, this is not the fight worth
Yeah,
it. Maybe I'll
that's
play a
it's
cheat
just
toy and
not a
back
good
up.
hand. Plus,
Yeah.
something we haven't talked about is there's one door out, I believe.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
true.
two.
Or
So
no, no,
the
no,
other question is
3.
where are the other two?
Very dead. Yeah, yeah, there's 3 door out. So door
Okay,
is
yeah. So
super
no,
dead.
it's completely dead then.
8 mon? A little bit of hedging maybe. We could drop south. See some options. Oh, 1 mon. Okay. Maybe lock in a toy a little bit easier to play.
So well, that's an Onko now. A headless Ishan 10.
Okay. Well, now we have a route to Tanyo on 2 4-so draws and then Tempai with 3 draws left.
I mean, you
Nope.
have to take it, but you're not thrilled with it. This is Riichi Nomi on 6 mon.
You are the dealer, though. I mean, if anybody
Well, you'd think
is
you don't
trying
have
to
a
find an
choice just
excuse
because
to
of your
back
score
up,
line.
that too, yeah.
You're at 16.5, and third is 30,900. That's a hope to Patsumo or flip Samura. Or at minimum, chase everyone off and get a repeat. Dama doesn't give you any advantage there.
Misaki taking a tank here. Decides to drop the 6-pin. I guess maybe thinking of whether to offer an E-Pots break chance and a chance for Tanabe to get to Tempai. Does
Tempai
do it. 6-pin's Genbutsu. I imagine we're thinking
will go ahead
about
and
a
slam
reach.
this. Riichi Nomi 3-6 mon. So it's 6 versus 3-6, I believe.
I believe it is head bump too, so
Yes, head
it's
bump is
Sumo
on.
or Okazaki is going to be the winner out on specifically the 6, but
Oh,
just
there's the
draw it
6s.
yourself.
Sumo, easy game. No
Sumo,
Ura.
not going to find the arrow, but a lot of points in the middle with Okazaki's stick 36, ends up getting 2,600 bonus points just from the board and is able to maintain dealership. Now
Still fourth
starting to
by
mount
quite a
back.
distance, but a little bit closer now.
I mean, again, your
You
dealer, a
couldn't
3-on
afford to
hand makes
not
the
win that hand. You
distance.
had to win it.
Oh,
Okazaki
yeah.
had to win that one.
Now has a little bit more time. Could potentially try and have a small hand end his dealership now with 2 hands to catch up and a Mangan to do some Gyakutening. A little bit more on the table. Definitely going to try and at least get one more sizable win here as dealer. And the hand shape, not the worst. Not the best either,
Pinfu
but
Tanyao. This is
yeah.
similarly a Pinfu. You do have that 7, 7, 8, 9 mon, so maybe Nipeko in there.
Misaki
Yeah,
has
maybe
the my
be good.
dragon
I feel
pair.
these are all slightly above average, but none are good.
Yeah, none are definitely crazy as some of the high pies we've been seeing, but no hands I would say are bad. Like
This
Misaki, I
is
think is the
clearly the
furthest away,
best. You can just
but
call
yeah.
the Haku and be done with it.
Oh, and the 9 so hold on. You got some weirdness going on. 4 pairs, potentially another Akko. We could see a
Ooh,
toy.
Kanchan Phil. Could go headless. Could cut the 9 pin. I like the 9 here.
You like it over the 7 mon? I would have thought that would be the cut to make, or at least the standard
4,
one.
6, 8, 9 is a genuinely god awful shape.
Yeah, but if you go headless, then you just and draw the 7-pin, then you get the 6-9 Nobeton.
Well, no, then you get
Oh, Dora
Doratanki.
4. Yeah, good point. You know what? Got me there. Always forget you know, much like my own game, sometimes you just got so much going on in front of you, forget to check the wall. And we are gonna go Dama
That's
10 on
actually
6
Cheat
mon
Toy on the
Tempai.
6. Not
Yeah,
really the
definitely looking
ideal
for an
shape,
improvement.
but I
Oh my
guess you
god,
take
look at
it.
that pawn too. South 2 Chun 9 so for a Cheetoy? That could
Pretty
throw a
well
lot of people
disguised.
off. Yeah. What's the draw here? Oh,
Oh,
9
it
pin.
is
There
one
is one
out, but
out.
we'll just Dama here.
Okay.
Oh, there's your 9.
Are we gonna take it? Yep. Just cheat toy Nomi. Maybe. Oh, it was Tanabe who had the hand. So yeah, just looking to
Yeah, just get
advance the
my
game, not
1600,
risk.
get out of here, move to South 3.
Hey, not 1600, 2500.
Ah, yes, the
Three
home
Homba.
buff. Almost. He increased
had to
it
go
by more than
240.
50%.
uh,
Suura will be dealer here after that deal end. Still, it's a bit of a dogfight for second now.
I mean, even Okazaki, one hand away from being right in there. It does feel like Tanabe has secured a pretty good lead going into South 3. Going to be hard for someone to catch up.
Now just needs a big dealer hand, but Suura and Misaki will each have at least one. As we look at these hands, 3 is a great filler. I mean, even Junchan. 2
Yeah.
I mean, you see the North pair up, but this is the dealer hand. So it'll be
Suura
held
might
for
just play
now.
efficient from the
Yeah, you
looks of
just play
it.
efficiently when you don't know what to do.
Yeah,
I feel
Suura's
that
been
just the
doing that
general
all
rule
day
is
too.
unless you have a specific plan, just play efficiently. It's called efficiency for a reason. It's efficient.
Oh, 6-pin Anko is massive here. Oh
I
my
like the
goodness.
8-mon, yeah, because
Yeah.
you want to hold the 2 for the door, except you want to hold the 9 so if there's an Itsu later.
Well, speaking of Ankos, Misaki increasing the shape too, draws Anko 5-pin.
Throws the 4 back, figures that's either Itsu and Sozu or Sanchiku on the 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, sets up
Or
a bit of Sotogawa too.
interesting choice here. So the wider acceptance is the 9 so cut, but you lose the Itsu. Ooh.
Oh. I would have never saw that drop in a
I admit
million
I didn't
years.
see that one either.
You know what? I do kind of really like that. The more I'm thinking about it, I do
Well,
really
it's
because
definitely
your
a
gut is to
value
play the
play.
5 as the pair, yeah, and like potentially wait on that in the north. But with 2 norths out, you don't want the 2-sided,
This is
and we are
now
going to
a
get
Gamma on
Tempai
8,
on the 8.
so
No Yaku, but many upgrades. Also has a 8-so Chi into a Furry 10, has a 1-so draw into the Itsu.
6 mana, really annoying draw because his hand wanted to be June shot, and you see the long hesitation.
Tank over
Wait,
here.
what am I supposed to
Yeah.
do now? Because it needs to be one of the 9s, I feel, but they both feel bad to cut.
Could throw 5 months, 6 months. Well, I don't think
If
you're
you're
far
cutting
back
1, 2,
enough.
this is an I want Sanchu. I don't care what this hand does.
Yeah. Says, you know what? I'll find my value in that. It's a little too aggressive to cut 5, 6. I don't want to just, wait for a Riichi Nomi on 3-pin. I need to at least get a little bit of value here.
Well, there's your 8. This should just be the 1 pin or even the 4 so.
Yeah,
I
I could secondary 4. Okay.
Oh, well, there's your 2 pair up. I mean, 2 pay wouldn't be a terrible weight.
Well, Pay's dead is the problem. So
Is it? Hold on, I
yeah.
see 1.
And there's 1 across as well.
Oh, okay, yeah, there they are.
Yeah, so really wants to avoid this Shabo. Same reason this 9's
Yeah,
gonna come
yeah,
back
okay.
out,
It
but
says, okay,
Sumogiri on
fine.
it.
I guess I'll take it.
Very
I never
importantly,
will
does
see
not
that as a
Karagiri.
Sumogiri and start
Yeah.
with, what the heck? Oh, well, that's just an Anko of Dora. Then isn't sorted neatly, but that is an amazing Ishan 10.
Problem is, either have to draw Sananko, draw the Ramen and Riichi on what is surely not going to be a great way.
Well,
or
that's Senpai.
it's 9 months safe. 9 months Sotogawa. To justify it, Sumogiri Riichi a little bit weird. 1-4, decent weight. Problem is any of it valuable? No. Even the 1-so looks not great here with that 5.
We'll
and
go
we're
ahead and
just gonna
throw it
Riichi
in.
9. Riichi Nomi, but maybe in E-Pots, maybe a Sumo, maybe an Ura. A little bit on top.
2's actually safe, although they don't know it.
Yeah, Misaki has such a tough decision here with Dora
Problem is,
Anko
this
and
might
another
be an
Anko
8, so
5.
8 so may look like safest tile, but gonna shove it. There's just so much value. I think you
Shape,
have
yeah.
to. 3 pin is not it, and you see the classic 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 in the pond. 2 pin doesn't feel that bad when you see all those threes.
Mm-hmm. Another 2. We're gonna see who is that? That's going to be Tanabe just out. Very, very understandable. No reason.
That's
to
senpai.
this
I think you just
face.
have to slam this,
Oh,
and there it
yeah.
is. And definitely slams the tile physically on the table there.
4,
4-7
7.
so. So the 4-so is double road now.
Well, remember, not double wrong. It is
Yeah,
single.
well, it would be a head bump.
Oh, yes. Head bump.
Are there any 4s left? I think there is 1.
I believe so. 1 there. 4 mon, not gonna do it. 7,
But the 7 is the
going
other
to
end.
deal
That's
in,
3
and that's
Dora.
expensive.
Riichi, Dora 3, or a 1. Or it doesn't end up mattering, but that's going to be a Mongon.
With the 3 stakes in the middle, too. Misaki, all of a sudden, striking distance of Tanabe, and Suura dropping below Okazaki. And I have to imagine now, as we go into all last, everybody directly sees what they're playing for.
2
Okazaki
players
and
playing for
Suura.
first, 2 players playing for third.
I mean, now advantage definitely is going to be to Okazaki and Tanabe. Tanabe off dealer, even if Misaki temporarily passes, will have to naturally pass the dealership in order to end the game. One win in first will not be able to do it, has to get a little creative. And Okazaki ahead now, but Suura does not need a lot of points. Yeah, and that's a rough one for
That's
Misaki.
not a very good one either. So 2, it's better, but it's still bad.
Oh, and this is looking a
not
little
good
bit
either.
more confident.
Okay, this is the best head by far.
South call. Well, here's the problem,
Can't
though.
just call the South. You need to find extra value.
Yeah, very importantly, Suura needs more than 2 Han or a 2 Han sumo. Next hand, if there was 1 repeat, Suura with the home blow would be able to pass Okazaki on a 2 Han Ron. But this round needs a little bit more. Either needs 40 Fu or needs to sumo on the 2 Han hands. Makes it a little bit clunkier than it normally would be.
6 on pair up, but speaking of clunky, that is a clunky hand.
Yeah.
You just have 2 Dora in this hand, but it can't really go Tanya. It just feels slow no matter what you do. Might be hedging the Honitsu there, keeping that 5 mon. Not expecting to get there, but at least keeping the option up. Well, this feels
Ooh,
cheap.
5 pairs. Tanabe. I mean, that is a great hand for Tanabe. That's exactly what she wants. Something nice, defensive, can sneak a win out when people don't expect
Okay,
it, and
this
can
is
play safe later.
Ishan-ten now. No, it's not.
Nope, still Ryan
No,
Shoten.
still Ryan-Shoten.
Yeah, even has to keep that 9 pin, says, I need value. I need to figure out how to get there.
Tone, pretty useless. 8, so pretty useless. You see nothing but Sozu tiles in the pond. Hatsu pair up.
Okay. Hatsu's still very alive at the moment, too.
And Misaki
so
doesn't
potential
care
to call
about
later.
value. Misaki just needs to win a hand.
Well, yeah, but the Hatsu could come out, could call it, has another kind of route open.
Oh,
6 feet
well,
Anko,
now...
too, that'll help it. Ishan-ten.
Okay, you see the 1, 1, 2, 3 makes Shitoi a lot harder.
But has a normal hand route, so able to be a little bit more flexible for Tanabe at the moment.
Keeps trying Sozu.
Yeah. 4 pin. Could throw the 8, potentially, but just decides, nope. Throw it right back, don't need it, not in the vision for the hands. Tanabe, I think, debating on keeping the 7-so, which looks relatively safe to her.
Could have kept the 1
Decides
pin
against
pair,
it.
though, but wants to try and move this towards Tanya. I realize it's
Yeah.
a bit of work with the 1 pin, 1 mon cut, but it's probably the fastest route.
Yeah. South seems to be safe.
6 Anko now, and you just probably cut 1-so?
Could cut 1-so, could even cut 8 mon. Still hedging your Chitoi options, but nope. Opts for the normal hand. Will have to Riichi for a Yaku, though. Otherwise, has to rely on Sumo Nomi.
Well, when you have all those sixes and you don't see sevens, either
Yeah.
you're blocking someone or multiple people, or
Mhm.
they're just all on the wall.
Fair. It's so out, not
Haku
gonna
is not
find
going
it.
to help. Trying to decide how to at least get Tempai out of this.
Well, I'd imagine, yeah, we were seeing we see safety there.
There are
Sakagiri.
some very weird Chanta / Junchan routes, but unlikely. Interestingly, the 7-mon could have been Chi'd there for K10, but it
Still
was
feels a
passed.
little early. You know, maybe in like 3 discards, we can think about the
I think the
K10
hand's
call,
just so
but
bad I don't want to reach you that I might have taken it for that reason alone.
oh, and we see it as some action. We call with the Dora for Adozuke. Reliant on the Hatsu once on the board already.
3
So
so, bit of
comes
a
out.
backfire on the 1, but still within range. Oh, well, now you're just Ishan 10.
Could prove well for Okazaki. Suura's not going to find anything useful. I mean, the players surely are trying to think of what Yaku can be gotten. Surely it wouldn't be
Oh, I
Itsu with two
mean, we
1-pins
can't
in the
con,
pond.
can we? No.
We can't con yet.
Yet. Yes, yet.
Very interestingly, that con from Tanabe would give Haite to Misaki, which I would imagine in Tanabe's position she does not want. That seems counterproductive to Tanabe's mission.
Haku pair up will get
Compare, but I
cut. It would be Fury 10, and never a good
Furry
situation.
10 dead,
And
yeah.
dead, yeah. Well, there's our
Oh,
Riichi.
6-9 mon. Or wait,
Wait, is that a Noten? Hold
uh,
on. I have to see that again.
surely no. We must be
There's
missing
no
something.
way. It looked
Yeah.
weird no matter what it was.
Maybe a 9 was at a weird part of the hand, and it was on what was that? 4-pin Ipiko shape. We're doing counting for Misaki.
Cuts the 1 so. Well, there's Tempai. Could even con here.
You could con. You could also just drop the 6. Problem is that tile looks scary as hell versus that pond.
Could even go
Yep, point check
9-9.
for Tanabe.
Con! Oh, and it breaks your heart when you're on the 6-9.
9-pin though, I was gonna say looks pretty safe. Now with it being Dora though, looks weird. Oh, 6-0 is Genbutsu, I believe. Could potentially reach on it. It looks bad. 9-mon, 9-pin as the weight. I think it's one of each, and 9-pin is now the Dora, making it even scarier. Could even cut 9-9-pin.
We'll just Dom here. Doesn't want to throw the
Okay.
1,000 in here. It's not about
Yep.
win rate. It's I don't want to throw 1,000 in because that is a big swing in this close a game. Gets the 1-9 that doesn't
That's
matter.
no 10.
Yeah,
That's no 10.
it is.
Uh,
Well, that's a fun outcome.
I have not seen this before. I assume Chombo payments are 30K. I guess with Suura and last looking to make something happen, maybe try
See the
and knock
Tempai call
Okazaki
here
off
made.
balance.
Yeah, that's no 10. That's for sure no 10.
What happens at the end of this? Does a round? I have no idea what's going to happen now. Maybe thinking the Riichi will push a cheap win from somebody? Or, yeah, it could just be a misread, I guess.
It has to be a misread. You don't
Especially in this high intense.
Intentionally
Yeah.
chomboing is the type of thing that gets booted you out of a pro org. And plus,
I
you
mean,
wouldn't want to do
stakes
it
are
at South
high.
4 on the streaming table. Are you kidding me?
That's a good point. I mean, Alban's really low in the standings too, so maybe even thinking about trying to get routes to
Getting a
pass up
cracking under
and
the
get
pressure
third
could
or
happen to
something.
anyone.
Yeah.
I feel that's much more likely here. Oh, a 2. That would have been Tempai, though.
We are going to see Tenpai on the 6-mon. That is completely dead, conned away by Tanabe.
Everyone gets to Tenpai except the Riichi.
Well, I was about to say, don't say everybody. What draw? I mean,
Tuso, this should be Tuso, I think.
Hote Dealin would save some points, but nope.
And you can see he
yeah,
immediately lowers his head and says, I don't think that's good.
Okay, surely a pause going to happen here as we figure out what's going on.
You see the production crew there going,
hey, what do we do
that
about
wasn't
this?
expected.
Players not even revealing Tenpai as well because
there's no point.
Yeah.
So normally I believe what should happen is dealer should reveal and should go over to the Riichi, and then at that time no 10 is declared. But regardless, I think that's one where they're just being polite and saying we don't have to bother.
Yeah. I agree. And it looks like round is just scratched away.
Yeah, very penalty. I don't know if it's a team penalty or a point penalty in the game or how it's handled.
Yeah, I'm unsure how it works. I was missing the points before. Like, I'm unsure if the team gets a point penalty as like a raw score. So instead of like 68.4, if they were at 38.4, whether they'll drop to like 98.4. I'm unsure of whether they were at 27 points. I feel like they were higher. Oh my goodness. Corak, breaking news. They were at 30 points. That is a 3-point total team penalty.
Place. You're right.
Oh my god, that is huge. And now, especially with a 4th possible for Suura or for Alban, all Sirius might pass them this game. That is devastating. Suura now going to be hungry to at least come out with something from this game.
Needs at least 1 point to get a -2 for the game. Not the ideal position. We still have a hand going on here. And that's a nice little shape here. Potential Riichi Pinfu. Dora 1, headless still. Tuso pairs up, but you're not really thrilled with it. This is basically a find me a pair type situation where everything's kind of a floater shape. Possible 6 and 8 Sanshku there. Chun is the extra tile going to be held for now. Well, okay, I guess you use 3 as your pair.
Yep, said well. Solves one problem there.
Now, not what I was on 7-pin 7-mon. Another Monzu draw. I mean, you're not thinking Chinitsu when you just don't need points like this, but if that's the fastest hand, that can happen. That is what we call technically Tenpai. As in, yeah,
I don't
but
even
at the
think
same
you can
time,
throw it. Yeah,
no.
Just throws it right back. I mean, again, Suura needs value. You could Riichi try to sumo on the
sumo
8
or direct.
Yeah, but it's so risky.
Well, the other part of this is because it's 2,100, if you Riichi and you two are the only Tenpai at the end, even if 2 players Tenpai, Tanabe and Suura are, that's not enough to overtake.
Yeah, that's another really good point. It's such a small thing, but it matters so much here.
I see the call here, and it's just Tanyao.
Yep, Ishanten.
When in doubt, just go Tanyao.
Well, I mean, still a Dora too. 6-mon worked in the
1 in there already.
Naturally.
Can accept a second.
East out. Nothing from Misaki. Misaki's
1 shows a blank though. 1 mon is going to help. Plus, of course, we just saw 2 of them cut. 5. Well, that's a Dora Riichi. I guess you just have to take it.
Yeah. I mean, you get the 40 fu too, so it's guaranteed to overtake no matter who it comes from.
So Suura just waiting on that 6-mon Dora.
Misaki weighing
Chun
the odds
is 2
here.
cut. I just cut the Dora here. Or I'd cut the I'd cut the Chun here.
Nope, throws the 9. Are you sure Chun is 2 out? I think it's only once out.
Oh, there's your Dora pair up. 4 7. So Tenpai Tanyao Dora 2.
Yeah, Chun's only once on the board. Still able to find it.
This hand has a loose Dora,
Quick.
but I imagine this could be held as the pair. Yeah, cuts the 7-8.
Mm-hmm. So Dora seems to be dead, I believe. And Shuna is going to be found with another pair.
So
working
that's
in.
going to end it right here, I believe.
Yep. Tanabe locks it, loads it in, collects the stick
Gets the
from the middle.
+3. There we see it, +3 for Tanabe. Misaki gets the +2. A little frustrated at the end, you can see it. Okazaki said, I will just take a sip of water here, and Suura in absolute despair.
Yeah. And now this is going to be a complete shakeup of the standings, I believe.
Well, it almost has to. You have not only a +1 game played, but then also a -3. And of course, we can see here, yeah, there's the penalty. You see it in that yellow, the highlight.
And interestingly enough, the other tables have not played their games yet, but All Sirius with a first can overtake now.
Yeah, would not
Team
have the
Alban.
tiebreaker. You see All Sirius there at the -170. But again, there are a lot of games left, 11 for some of these teams, 10 for some of them. But also look at the top. I'm not going to say it's close. Oh, yeah, I am.
I mean, hey, here's the thing. DD Studio hasn't played, and
A
if they get a
game in
+3
hand.
here, they can
have
break
the
away.
advantage right now.
Yeah. But I mean, even if DD Studio gets a 0, and assuming they're playing Being Queens, or even Tomozoe Shoten, then they can just jump right up and join the top of the line pack as well. Still, scores are just so tight there.
Well, it's this weird structure where points don't really matter. It's the 3-2-1-0.
Yeah.
Everything is placement. And you see it there at the top. The teams are doing very well. But the question is, what's that cut line going to be? And the pressure will definitely be on Alban now, because that's not something you're going to forget, at least until the end of the season. It may not be something you forget for the rest of your career, but you wish them well, of course.
I mean, still 10 games to play, right? And who knows, All Sirius could get a 0 here. You still hold 2 points over when going into your 26th game.
All right, then. Well, I guess we're going to wrap it up here.
Yeah,
That's not really what you want to hear from a highlight, but
you see it all one way or another, right?
Let's see. We have broadcasts for the team battle here next week as well.
Next week, 26th, 27th, our normal 2 days, Thursday and Friday, I believe, both starting at our normal 4 p.m. EST.
Yes, and the following week as well, we're crashing it down here, the Saikyosen Team Battle, a whole bunch of action back-to-back. This is what I think we do our obligatory plugs, the World Riichi League event in New York City, Tulsa, and Las Vegas in, a week from tomorrow? And, of course, WRC, also a week from tomorrow.
Yep.
And so stay tuned to this channel for more of the Saikyosen Team Battle and, of course, the Sankai Shibun Cup when those are available as well.
And again, huge shout out to our sponsors, USPML. Check out Sparrow's Nest in New York. Great time. WRC, Corak, let me tell you, 2 weeks away from less than 2 weeks away, about a week and a half away at this point from the start of festivities. And let me tell you, cannot be more excited for that as well.
Yes, there will be coverage of the actual WRC event, but it'll be on the JPML English channel, I believe, rather than here on the WRC channel.
Yes, I believe so.
So then, I guess that's about it then. So for
that will do it.
Everyone here on the WRC broadcasting team, hope to see you next week.
Yep. Have a good night, y'all. Make sure click those bells, get those notifications. Check us out in the last week of June.